Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Bro, you don't make any
What's
sense.
up, what's up,
Slow down
what's
a
up?
second, it's making you tense. When I be talking, just don't interrupt. I say the truth, you get salty for what? Give me an argument, not an assertion. I'm almost convinced that you're not a real person. Why are you galloping?
What a
do
week,
you
guys.
get?
What a
Topic to
week.
topic, you flop like a fish. Say what you're meaning while being
I don't know if you guys
concise.
seen
Still
it,
got
but
my
we
taco, I
we
ain't
gave a
even
little
Christ.
thank you in
Linda,
the
just listen,
Discord
get wrecked by a Christian. I think you
for
might have
everybody
a
that
special
kind of supported
condition. I
yesterday.
debate all of you Muslim and
We're having a
atheists.
hell of a week,
Witches and
guys,
wizards
but
and New Ages. I roll with Jesus, you still get defeated.
we trust
you won't
in the
change my
Lord,
mind even if you repeat
and
it.
today
Just keep it real.
we pray for a good live. We pray for a good live. Make sure you're smashing the like button, sharing the live, doing the things you need to do
Just keep it real.
as we get started.
Tell me how you feel. Convince me where
Big
the
Bert
top
Steele.
go. Jesus is king. Big John
Berta Steele?
Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Give me some logic, I just wanna know why you so toxic, bro. I'm on a roll. You wanna troll me, I'm shutting you down. I be too busy to suffer a clown. Say that you hold a position, defend it. Linda, I know you don't listen, let's end it. It's your own fault that you're stuck in your state. I just move on if you come in bad faith. Don't say that I'm mean, I say what I mean. I'm showing love, pull you away from the thief. You run away, you afraid or you weak. Bro, I don't play, I can make them retreat. You choose a deceit, ain't making me nervous. For those that I reach, I've been living my purpose. This ain't at all about the money. Money. Trying to lift up the soul is just gum, is real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele.
Hope everybody is having a good Friday. Hope everything is going well for y'all. Test 1, 2, test. That sounds good. That sounds perfect. I was playing with some audio things last night and some visual things and getting everything set up. We're in the process of shooting a new video that will hopefully come out next Friday or by next Friday that I'm pretty excited for. So we had to set up some things, get some things right. We got some better audio equipment for when we go out and shoot too. So that should be good. Just some cheap things, little lav mics. They're really good for the price. These little things, you clip them on. So we'll have some better audio for the videos for you guys. It's really cool, actually. I actually tried to set it up so we could do it. How's my elbow? Calm down, bro. We tried to set it up so we could do, I could do it in the live. So I didn't have like all this equipment on me. It didn't work. This is like the only way you could do it. Unless I get some in-ear monitors. I'm not too sure. And like a preamp. And that's way down the road when we're a big studio. When we got Daily Wire money, we'll do that. Abby's working away.
I'm done.
Oh, you're done? Oh, wow, you're so good at that. You did that so fast. Does the new video involve cows again? No, not unless you include me. It does not include cows. Let's do a quick prayer and then let's get started with this live. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings that you've given. Thank you for all that you provide. We trust in you and we trust in your will. And we ask that you move through us, that you allow your Holy Spirit to move through us so that nothing but the truth can come out today. And in a way that you see as edifying. Allow us to be convicted, myself to be convicted of doing what is right and what is true in your eyes, no matter what others may think or may not think about it, Lord. Help us only try to impress you at the end of the day. Bring in the people who need to be brought in. Bring in the people who will make for some entertaining content and just walk with us this day, Lord, every one of us, and just be with us. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Stand fast. Stand fast, Christians, believers, soldiers of the Most High. Steel your hearts, grip your weapons, fix your eyes on the enemy, for he stands before us now. This is not the hour for fear. This is not the place for retreat. This is the field where legends rise or fall. A day may come when our shields are broken, when our blades run red, when our bodies are cast to the dust. But it is not this day. A day may come when evil marches unchecked, when the enemy believes we are scattered and weak. But it is not this day. This day, we make war. We strike with holy fury, with fire in our lungs and steel in our hands. We charge with the roar of heaven behind us and the wrath of righteousness before us. Let them hear the thunder of our boots. Let them see the fire in our eyes. For we are not merely men. We are the army of the living God. Raise your swords, warriors. Raise your shields, defenders of the faith. Today we don't run. We ride. We clash. We conquer. We bring the storm. We bring the reckoning. We bring the war to their gates. By the blood of the Lamb and the power of his name, we will not fall. We will not fall. Now fight, fight, for glory, for honor, for the King will not fall.
Let's go! See, I didn't need to change it. I just needed to turn it up. Now I got testosterone pumping through my veins. I want to go to war. Come on, let's do it. Why am I Randy Man Savage all of a sudden? Today's topic is, there is no good reason to be a Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco. You could join at tinyurl.com/Big John Steele. Password 1235. Christoph came in with $10 just to say thank you. Well, no, thank you for the $10. I hope I said your name right. What do you want?
You spelled atheist wrong.
I always
in your
spell
banner.
atheist wrong. In the banner?
Yeah.
Not
you
in
just,
the...
You just mistyped it.
Atheist?
Also,
Atheist?
Also, it's Christoph.
Christoph?
Yeah.
See, I can't pronounce anything right. I'm just a failure, guy.
Get it?
I'm just a failure. I'm trying my best. I'm doing my best out here, okay? It's hard. It's just... Life is difficult. I'm just trying. I can't pronounce the names right. Like, I just don't know what to do anymore with the names. So I just...
He tries his best.
I try my best. Keep that chin up. Yeah, hide my double chin. How is there no good reason to be an atheist? We'll come up and let's have a conversation about it. Guys, if you want to join us, tinyurl.com/Big John Steele 10, password 12345. Smash the like button, share the live, do the things you need to do so we can get out to the people that we need to get out to. Let's bring up a guest. Hello.
So tell me a good reason to be Muslim.
Hello, how are you? How's your day? What'd you do today? You know, how old are you? How
Are
old
you
are
talking
you?
to me?
Yes.
I'm 26.
All right, bro. No good reason to be a Muslim. Prove me wrong. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. Tell me a good reason to be Muslim.
There's no good reason to be a Muslim.
Right, so go ahead.
So why would I tell you a good reason?
What's a good reason to be atheist?
There's no good reason to be atheist.
Okay, where's my taco?
Can't you read? Or are you trolling? I don't understand.
I'm trolling.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was so confused.
I was so confused there because you had such confidence in what you were saying. No, you're good, bro. You're good. I didn't want to be mean to you. I was just so confused. God bless. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 39.
All right, bro. No good reason to be Muslim. No
and
good
I'm
reason.
okay.
Awesome. Me too. All right, man. There's no good reason to be Muslim. No good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Well, if you believe in God
Mhm.
and you believe you're a Gentile and you want a law from God, Islam is the only religion that is an Abrahamic religion that gives you a specific law to follow, guidelines, how to pray, how to make ablution, how
Listen.
to fast, how to give charity, how much to give charity, how to look after the orphans, how to marry, how to do everything. Islam's a guideline for the Gentile.
Is it me or was I lagging there? Or was that just me or did everybody see that? Okay. No.
What
That's
do you
just
mean
not
no?
true.
Are you?
Judaism
Do you believe
has
in God?
Yeah, I believe in God, but Judaism has also. Why am I lagging all of a sudden? That's getting all weird. Judaism has a whole set of laws. They have 613 commandments. Christianity has
That's why I said. That's why I said Gentile.
if you're a Gentile, okay, well a Gentile, right, can hold to the Noahide laws for Judaism. Am I lagging or is that everybody or just me?
Gabriel says it's dropping a few frames.
Why all of a sudden am I dropping frames? CPU is not. Everything's good. Maybe we'll change some settings here if we can. Nope, we can't because I'm recording and sending a stream out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might have to restart the whole live. Hello?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, Abby, you can open the floodgates.
Oh yeah.
So do you have anything to say about what I said, or are we just chilling now?
Well, if you're gonna say that Judaism is for the Jews and it's got laws, what other religion has got laws set out for non-Jews, the Gentiles?
Judaism.
No, the Judaism's for the Jews.
No, they have the Noahide laws, which would go out to the Gentiles.
All right, okay. And what laws must the Gentiles follow?
I don't know the exact. I don't know every law off the top of my head. Yeah, it's starting to
Okay.
lag.
So are Gentiles as good as Jews in the eyes of God?
I'm gonna move on because I'm losing brain cells talking to you, but God bless. Okay. I might have to restart the live. I don't know why all of a sudden that's happening. I didn't really change. The only thing I changed was my frame rate.
Do you think it's because of mine?
Nope. Oh, can you see me?
No.
You didn't even tell me.
Oh, I see you on YouTube, so it's no big deal.
All right, guys, we might have to restart look at this. Because we're only getting 23 frames now all of a sudden for some reason. Okay, we'll be back as always. The live is still going to keep going, but I'm going to disappear for a minute. So I will be right back. And then... Oh, my... Oh my goodness. Okay. Please don't crash again. Why? Okay. Think we're good now? Just need to activate for Abby. Are we back? And do we have, it looks like we got a smoother frame rate now. Smoother frame rate. We back. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. My bad, guys. So what I did, last night, I switched everything over to 24 frames to get like a more cinematic feeling because I wanted to start shooting content a little bit more. And so I wanted to switch over to that. I guess 24 frames, when we're streaming, if there's dips, it causes it to go too low. So I just had to up it again to 30 frames. So that's my mistake. This is normally technical errors just happen to me. This one was on me. This one was on me. So hopefully this fixes it. If worse comes to worse, we'll up it to 60 frames and then we'll keep going from there. But once again, yeah, no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco. Join at tinyurl.com/BigJohnSteel10, password 1235. If you're watching on TikTok, you can also join with the multi-guest button. That is an option as well. John should be casted as Superman. I don't got the body.
But you got the curl.
I got the curl. I got the face. But I'd have to do some steroids or something. Wait, did you just say I don't have the Superman body? You just admitted you're supposed to be like, no baby, you totally look like Super. No, she just trashed on me in front of everybody. I mean, she's not wrong. I don't got the Superman body. I am fit. I am fit.
I think you're good looking. I think you look better than Superman.
Thank you. I'm just not. That guy is built. Batman way better. I actually hate Superman.
He's kind of trash.
He's kind of trash, yeah. He's kind of trash. John has the Spider-Man baddie. Oh, body. Body. I'm kind of skinny. But I also got muscle. Right? I'm not. That's nothing to turn your nose up to. Right? I did a bulk last year. My one and only bulk I ever did. I hated it too because I loved it because I got to eat whatever I want, and then I did a bulk, and then I did put on quite a bit of muscle, but I got fat. I got really fat. And people were looking at me like, "Oh, you're a big boy now," and then losing all that weight and cutting back down to where I was just awful. And I'm like, that was not worth it. That wasn't worth it. Spent most of the year being fat. And then you could diet down and you're like, oh, I got an extra half an inch on my arms. Oh, yay. That was so worth being fat for a year. Brady came in with $4.99, says, it's payday. Y'all know the drill. Like the live. Get your memberships. Join the Discord. Send in your super chats. Bro's hustling for me. Bro's hustling. You know the drill.
Money.
You know the drill. I'm tempted. Listen, my coach offered, I didn't even mean to click that. But,
Sure,
I didn't though. It was underneath the super chat. Big shout out. We made it to 30K subscribers. Anyways, my coach offered to pay for me for one cycle of steroids just to see what happens. And I'm tempted to take him up on that offer. Join the Patreon. Yes, absolutely. Now we do got a guest. So let's bring that guest in. Do. You don't have your mic connected, so I can't talk to you. So goodbye now. Do. But just to see what happens, bro. I'm tempted. There's a big part of me that's tempted to try it. I just want to know, but I also don't want the side effects. So, Simple Life. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Yeah, hello. How are you? And how old are you? All right, let me bring you in. All right, man. No good reason to be Muslim. No good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. Go ahead.
I'm not here to prove you wrong. I'm here to agree with you. I totally agree with you that the Islam in specific is not a religion, but it's a cult.
Okay. Appreciate you. Guys, we want to keep it open for disagreeers. Unless you got a question. Who's that in the background? That's my slave. That's my modern day slave. I liked it. I put a ring on it. And now I own it. That belongs to... Where's my phone? I think I left it in the... Do you mind, Abby, going to grab my phone?
Nope, I had it on my...
Thank you. Clipping this? You guys clip everything. But yeah, you should. There's an Instagram of me. I actually don't know where it is. She needs my, the phone is the real slave. She needs my, Jim Bob, I sent me an email, by the way. I don't know if it went through, but yeah, if you ever want to talk about what we talked about, send me an email. Wow. If not, no harsh feelings. What?
It was literally, the only reason it did not fall off of the washing machine where you put it is the mag strip.
The magnets. So somebody started an Instagram of me, and it was Colt. I don't know if he's watching right now. I'm gonna give you guys because I think everyone should follow it because I think it's hilarious. Big John underscore clips. Big John underscore clips. Just like listen to some of these clips, man. I'll just pick one at random. What's this one? Yeah, my wife's more anti-woman than I am.
I'm not anti-woman.
She hates women. My wife's more anti-woman than I am. Let's pick another one.
Big John, why? What's her problem?
They said, how much steel can Big John steal? Big
Wait,
John.
wait.
There will be maidens with gorgeous eyes reserved in pavilions.
Hold on. Where's one where I'm being trash?
Believe in only one God and that can ground all of reality.
You deal with him.
I don't want him.
You deal with him.
I don't want him.
I can't do this stupid argument anymore. Jimmy Spade, look, hey, it's just me and you right now. It's on the topic of evil.
Wait. Where's the one?
I'll do the Templar on this app. I'll see you.
Hold on.
I don't show people my
Yeah.
butthole. I'm going to be in a permanent state of depression. I might even end up unalived from like not eating food from that depression. I don't show people my butthole. I'm going to be in a permanent state of depression. I might even end up unalived from like not eating food.
You guys need to go follow that account. It is so good. Hold on, I got two. Is that the car place?
I don't know. I'll have to compare.
There's a voicemail if you want to check that. Just turn the mic away from it. Or I can just turn your mic off while you do that. All right.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not? Check the voicemail then, if you don't mind. All right, let's bring in a guest. Dave Palman. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Awesome, bro. Let me bring you in. All right, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco. Go ahead.
All right. I should probably say from the start that I am a Christian like you, but I would probably disagree with you that there's no good reason to be an atheist or a Muslim. And probably I'll stick with atheism because I'm not really terribly interested in defending Islam here. But in the case of atheism, it seems to me that like there are some good reasons to be an atheist, stemming
what is it?
largely from like issues pertaining to problem of suffering, problem of hiddenness, and issues like that.
Yeah, so those would just be arguments against specific types of gods, not for atheism.
Well, so I think it's going to depend on what we mean by God, right? So if you can modify your conception of God sufficiently to get around them, that's fine. But I think typically when someone says they're an atheist, they mean that they don't believe in God like as traditionally conceived. And so these would be good reasons to be an atheist in the sense of that, believing that an entity like that does not exist. What would you say?
Right. So I just say the same thing that I said before. These arguments are against specific types of gods, not for atheism.
Well, so how are you defining atheism?
The definition of atheism is the lack of belief that there is a god or any type of gods. Ultimately, according to Stratford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, it is the claim that there is no god.
And what do you mean by God?
So a god would just be some sort of omnipotent, or not. It doesn't even have to be omni properties. It would just be some sort of maximally powerful being.
Well, maximally, that does sound like it's going to be an omni property, unless you're saying like maximally.
Max power does not have to mean what is conceivably possible. It could just be within the realm of power. It is the highest point.
Sure. You could modify it that way. But then,
I'm not
seems
modifying
like
it. These are conceptual ideas around God, right?
I think that is a modification from, at any rate, like
modified from what?
How maximal attributes are traditionally understood.
Modified from what?
Modified from sort of a traditional conception of theism.
How far traditional? Because if we go all the way back to like Ugarit texts, right? Gods had beings and bodies, and they could be killed.
Sure, I'm talking about traditional like monotheism, particularly in like the Judeo-Christian tradition.
So just specifically in this one type of God. Yeah, sure.
Well, in the contemporary dialectic.
What do you mean by contemporary dialectic?
Contemporary philosophy of religion. So typically the term God there is
No,
understood
that's
to be in
not that's not the
reference
case. In
to.
the philosophy of religion, you can have things like open theism, right? You can have classical theism. You can have this concept of, like I said, this maximal power God that has the great making properties. But what those great making properties, we may not know exactly what it is or what it entails. So again,
Sure, but
there's only arguments against specific types or ideas of God, but there is no arguments for atheism. And you're just saying, well, I'm giving a different type of God. Fine, I'm giving a different type of God. Give me the argument for atheism.
yeah, so I mean, I think again we need to nail down what we mean by atheism. So I was understanding atheism to be the thesis that there are no gods, where God is understood in the traditional sense. Now, if that's not what you mean by atheism, I
Atheism
might
is
agree
that
with you.
there no, because atheists wouldn't say there are no gods in the classical sense. They just say there are no gods.
Well, but again, what do they mean by that? I think they typically mean in the traditional sense.
No, they don't.
Well, I mean, do you have any evidence that that's not what they traditionally mean?
Besides the thousands of hours I've spoken and debated atheists.
Yeah. Besides that, do you have any
Yeah,
besides do you have anything besides anecdotes? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you the thousands of hours I've spent debating atheists.
That's anecdotes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to give you.
So you
Unless
don't
can
have
provide
anything
me-
besides anecdotes.
Do you have an argument?
That God, well, again, yes, that a certain type of God does not exist. Yes, but you were kind of being.
Well,
You're sort of shifting, or well, I don't want to say
I'm not shifting. Argue the fucking point. Right? The point
Again, we
here
have to
is
set
there's
what the
no good
point
reason to be
is.
atheist. Do you have an argument for atheism?
Again, we need clear definitions of terms before we can give arguments.
The
for these
definition, the
theses.
term
Otherwise,
is
you're
that
just
there
gonna.
is no God.
Otherwise,
so
you can pivot. You can pivot to a different definition
pivoting.
of the term.
You're the one pivoting. So, and again, here, the definition Stratford Encyclopedia. In philosophy, however, more specifically in the philosophy of religion, the term atheism is standardly used to refer to the proposition that God does not exist, or more broadly, the proposition there are no gods.
Correct. Now, what do we mean by God? That's the next point.
Right. God bless. Have a great day. Already started off cussing. Well, just nobody can actually argue a goddamn point. It's so freaking annoying. Stick to the topic. You don't have your mic connected, bro. All right. No more cussing this life. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. No more cussing. No more cussing. Jacob, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Jacob? Nope. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Yeah, I'm good. How old are you? All right, man. Let me bring you on. All right. No good reason to be Muslim. No good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Oh no, I actually came here for a different reason actually. So I saw the video on YouTube like live, and I like what do you try to like bring up that there's no good point to be a Muslim or to be an atheist. Because usually what I get on my feed is the other side. Like there's this dude named Deconstruction Zone. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. And
You got a
he's trying
question?
to like argue. What?
You got a question?
Yeah. No, that's my thing. Like, what are you trying to? What's the point you're trying to get across?
This person here says, I muted you. If I can see your conversation, I didn't mute you. Samuel, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? No problem. All right, man. Let me bring you on. All right. There's no good reason to be Muslim. No good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Yeah, I stumbled across your stream, and
Sure.
I'm an atheist myself. Have you read any of the Quran?
I've read the entire Quran.
Okay, so you've read more than me. You're more aware of it than I am. So I'm just not going to argue the Muslim thing because I don't know enough about it. I'm going to be honest. But with the atheism, yeah, I mean, I've been an atheist for as long as I can remember, you know?
Okay.
And my reason for that is I just didn't really feel a genuine connection to religions, right?
Okay.
It just didn't feel authentic for who I was as a person to
That's not how you
believe
determine,
in
but that's not how you determine something to be true. You don't determine something to be true with how it connects to you as a person.
Yeah, but you said a valid reason to not be or to be an atheist, right? And so that reason for me personally
Okay.
was that it just didn't. I couldn't
Okay.
believe in it. Like
right, so,
I could go to church every day and it wouldn't really work out.
Sure. So the reason that I don't believe the earth is round and I believe it's flat is because round earth just doesn't connect with me.
Yeah, I mean, it's that can be wrong, right? But that is still a reason for.
Do you think that's a
believing
good reason to believe the earth is flat?
It's not the best reason to believe the earth is flat. If we want to get into, but that's a really good point that you bring up. I'm glad that you brought that up. And I can see that you have experience debating this topic. So I'm going to move on to why I personally have come to this conclusion then, because that
Sure.
is a really good point.
Sure.
Theoretically, if we were to forget everything that we know about religion and start over, religion would pop up again. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I can't say what would happen, all things considered, if everything just vanished.
Well, it has happened, right? Because in places where there has been disconnects within across the world on different continents, religions still develop, and they develop. But that's not
it disappearing and reappearing, right? That's just like that's what you'd actually expect to see if there is some sort of divine figure, is people searching for that divine figure. That's a C.S. Lewis argument, is that we all have this innate desire to seek out the afterlife in God, just like we have innate desires to seek out water, comfort, food, all these things. So we have these desires that can be sought out and can actually be achieved. We also all have this desire to seek out the afterlife in God. So this is actually an evidence of something that you would expect to see if God actually existed.
Well, not necessarily. It's also an evidence that God could be a fabrication of our evolutionary biology. I mean, it brought us together. The first structures discovered on Earth were ones created to worship a god, and that created community and developed.
So if it's part of our evolutionary processes, then that means that you can't actually trust your rational mind, because that means our evolutionary processes has taught us to believe in lies, and we can't actually trust anything around us.
Sorry, I don't really know how that's relevant to the conversation, though. We can't believe in anything. Well, if we can't believe in anything, then
because it means that we didn't evolve to seek out truth. We just evolved for survivability, which means everything that our minds and evolutionary processes has sought out to seek has nothing to do with whether or not something is true. So we actually have no way to determine truth.
Yeah, brother, we did evolve to survive. Like, that's the whole thing.
Okay, so then, if you want to hold that conclusion, then you have to admit that everything we believe is irrational.
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends on where you place your irrationality. I, as a person, know that
you don't get to place it because you don't get to place it because you don't get to know when you're wrong. You don't get to know when you're right, because you are evolutionarily designed not to seek out truth. You're not a rational member.
I mean, you say it doesn't really necessarily.
You said that because you said we evolved to believe in God.
Yeah, I said that we evolved to believe in God, but I didn't necessarily say that means that morality as a whole doesn't exist.
I'm not even talking about morality as a whole. I'm just talking, if we evolve to believe in a God and God isn't real, then that means our evolutionary processes aren't designed to seek out truth.
Have you ever been tricked in your entire life towards any lie? Like, have you ever fallen for something
you're not tracking. You're not tracking. If the entirety of humanity, which is what we were talking about, because you're saying every human, right, seems to be inclined to believe in some sort of religion or some sort of God. And my argument was that, hey, this is something that isn't evidence for God, because why is it that we'd all have this innate desire to seek out something that doesn't exist? And you say, well, it's just an evolutionary process, which I can concede. I can say, okay, sure, it's an evolutionary process, which means our evolutionary processes aren't designed to seek out truth. It's just designed to seek out whatever is optimal for our survival, which means we cannot trust any of our rationality, because we do not know if it was optimized for truth or if it was optimized for survivability.
You had me, and then it just like plummeted. It was so exciting for a moment, but then
give me exactly. Tell me exactly where I lost.
So you had me. It evolves. It helps us survive. Religion does help us survive. It was a great tool to make nations exist. And then you jumped to, we can't trust anything because something that isn't objectively true helped us survive.
If evolution pushed us towards believing in something that is false, how can we trust our evolutionary processes to tell us something that is true?
I mean, you mean how can we trust the concept of evolution to tell us something that is true, like atheism?
No, just the processes. If the evolutionary process showed us something to be false, and we just all of a sudden started inclined to believe it, but it's false, it's not true, how can we trust any other of our evolutionary processes when it tells us something is true?
Am I using evolution to prove something else to be true? I'm just proving that religion can exist while atheism is real. Like, that's just the proof that atheism is a viable
right
religion,
but now you're kind of moving off to the point. To the point here again is your argument. We all evolved to believe in religion, to believe in some sort of God, even though God isn't real. Okay, so how do you know that when we evolved to believe anything, that any of it's real?
Well, I mean, there is definitely some subjectivity to it. There's our own morality that we develop as a people that I believe is based off of empathy and compassion.
Okay, you're just saying there are some things that are real and some things are not. That's not the question I'm asking you. I'm asking you, what is the method in which you can determine whether or not your evolutionary process is giving you true information or false information?
Empirical evidence, usually observation. And
how do you know
general...
how do you know the empirical evidence isn't our evolutionary processes giving us false information?
I mean, you can't necessarily. If you choose to discard everything that we know, you can totally like sit in a bubble all confused your entire life. That is an option that you possess, and as a sovereign person, I'm fine with that. But it's just not necessarily productive, and it doesn't lead to a fulfilling life, which leads back to my previous point of I feel most fulfilled when I reject one more God than you reject. You reject every other God. You've heard this argument before, I'm sure. You reject every other God except for the Christian God. I just reject one more.
It's a silly argument. It's like saying anarchists just reject one less government than other people who have different styles of government. It's a silly argument.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like that one the best either, but it is the concept of rejecting religion is fundamentally possible, and I believe is viable to live a fulfilling life.
But your argument is it doesn't make me feel good, so therefore it's false.
Well, now we're circling back to another argument that I already abandoned. That's
what you brought up again. You brought it up again. You didn't abandon it.
I suppose I did. But I mean, what am I supposed to do in that situation then? Like, just thump my head until I get a lobotomy and suddenly I believe in a thing that I didn't believe in before? Like, it's just not going to work, man.
No, so you can take an agnostic position.
That's true. That is really reasonable. And it would be reasonable to be agnostic here. But I still feel as I'm a person who likes to take action, right? I'm a person who likes to have decisions, and I live my life. Even if I were to say I'm an agnostic, I would still live my life as an atheist because I believe that is the most common conclusion. And I don't put much weight on that, right?
But you say it's the most common. Hold on. How do you believe it's the most common?
Not most common. That's the conclusion that I would come to most often. Like, if I were to crunch the numbers, I'm like 60% this, 20% this, like all that stuff. I would come to atheism as the highest likelihood in my belief system. And so when I describe myself, it feels dishonest to say I'm agnostic when I act like an atheist.
Okay, I apologize. This is on me. I got a quick text message and then I got distracted and then I didn't hear you. And that's not normally me. So I apologize for not hearing what you said. Can you repeat it?
I appreciate you being honest about that. I'm saying that most of the time I act like an atheist, and that's because I believe that is the most likely outcome. I said common for whatever reason before. I meant likely. I believe that's the most likely outcome. That's what I would bet on if I was a betting man.
Sure. So why do you conclude it's the most likely outcome?
I conclude it's the most likely outcome because if it just seems so lucky to me that I happen to be born in the so-and-so correct religion and everyone else was wrong. And at the same time, the world functions just fine within the parameters of atheism. And it actually doesn't function quite as well in my mind in the parameters of most other religions. For example, in the Quran, they have a passage where they say water comes from rocks coming out of at the top
So
of
so you're kind of
mountains.
giving the what's the fallacy called again? The genetic fallacy. You're basically saying it's wrong because of like the sources or where you're born. Now you can make an argument that, for example, I don't know what your political views are, but a lot of people would say
Sure.
democracy is the ideal political view. Well, a lot of people
Yeah.
are born in democratic countries, and some people are born in countries that are dictatorship.
Yeah.
Now, just because you're born in one, you could be born in one that's the correct one, and you could be born in one that's the false one. I don't see any reason here to conclude that, you know, God doesn't exist because you got lucky and you were born in the right religion.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're born with an implicit bias, one must examine said bias. It's impossible to separate yourself from bias, but you should definitely attempt to really thoroughly examine your belief systems. I have a personal interest in religions as a whole because I believe that they are important to our society. I mean, that's a fact. They definitely influence a lot of what we believe in. But I have an extra special focus on Christianity because Christianity has influenced the culture of the United States.
I
where
got to
was
stop you
born.
because it doesn't feel like you're kind of
Okay,
making an argument for your side here. You're just kind of telling me your feelings again, and I get it, but I need like some
You
sort of
asked
reason
for
to
a
say
valid reason for atheism, and I'm just telling you that that's a perfectly valid reason. And the valid
What's
reason
the
for
valid
Christianity
reason?
is you believe in it.
What's
I
the
mean, the
valid reason for
perfectly valid
atheism?
reason is that I could not believe in Christianity if I tried.
Right. I'm not
Like,
asking.
and
I'm not asking you for an argument for Christianity. I'm asking you an argument for atheism. What's the valid reason for atheism?
that I could not be any other religion. It just wouldn't work for me. I've tried to believe in it. I've taken Pascal's wager, and it just doesn't work for me.
Again, why is this an argument for atheism?
Because you asked for a valid reason to be an atheist, and I'm giving you my reason for being an atheist.
But it just sounds like you give me a reason not to be a Christian.
Well, that applies to every religion. I'm talking about Christianity specifically for what I just said, where I have a special critique towards Christianity because it influences my culture.
Okay, so your argument is that I just can't believe in it, so therefore it's false?
You said a valid reason to be an atheist, and
Right,
the reason
but I
is
don't
that
think that's a valid reason. Because just saying I just can't seem to convince myself of it is not logically sound for someone to hold it to be true or false.
Well, it's, again, I'm not necessarily even trying to convince you to be an atheist. I don't care if you're an atheist or not. I just was interested in talking to you about this concept, and it's been very enlightening. I really appreciate your input on the ideas.
Sure, yeah, well, I get that, but the topic is there is no good reason to be atheist, and I kind of haven't seen one yet, right? So far all you've given is it just doesn't seem to fit well with you, which
Well,
just seems...
I feel you might not be the most open-minded then. I mean, I see plenty of good reasons to be a Christian.
Right, so what do you mean by open-minded here?
Well, I mean, if your parameters at the start of the debate is I'm going to go into a debate 100% certain that that the other person is wrong, and I'm not even going to consider the possibility.
So you're giving me an example. I'm asking for a definition. What do you mean by open-minded?
Willing to accept other ideas.
Okay, so how have I showed that I'm not willing to accept other ideas?
Well, yes. I mean, you've just 100% learned nothing from the conversation, right?
What was there for me to learn in this conversation?
Well, that other people might have other opinions, and that's okay, and that's completely valid.
Did I deny that you had another opinion?
You denied that it's valid.
Right. Is it valid?
Yes.
Okay. How's it valid? Can you give me for example, can you give me formally logical argument on why it's valid? So a couple premises and a conclusion.
An opinion that hurts no other sovereign person and fulfills your own life to a greater extent is inherently valid.
Okay. If I think I'm a unicorn, right, and that makes me happy and it seems to fit well with me, does that make me a unicorn?
It doesn't necessarily make you a unicorn.
Okay, so would that be a good reason to
understand that
would that be a good reason to believe I'm a unicorn?
You have to understand that to me.
Can you please answer the question?
Yes. The answer is yes. You just have to give me a second to answer.
So the answer is yes. You think there are valid reasons that people should think that they're
You're just going to talk over me
unicorns?
this whole time? Is this how you debate?
Yeah. So you think they're
That's
valid?
how you debate. You debate
Yes,
by
abs-
talking over the other
yeah,
person.
100%.
The entire time, you just
Yeah.
continue talking over until you can kick them off because they sound like they're going crazy, but in reality, they're just trying to fight you on the debate.
Yep, you got me. So you think that there are valid reasons for people to think that they're unicorns?
I think that if one is not hurting anyone else at all, your belief system to me looks like you're pretending to be. You believe in a person that's in the sky. That's what it looks like to me, and that's fine. That's
Right. So
completely fine.
are you afraid of answering the question?
I just answered the question. Like
So you
3
do
times.
so you do think there are valid reasons for people to think that they're unicorns?
If you religiously believe that you were a unicorn, then that is
Oh.
a religion, like
Okay, and
every other religion.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's religion. You just think there are valid reasons for people to think that they're unicorns. It's a dichotomy, so just give me a
Yeah, I just said it.
dichotomy
Religion
answers.
would be a valid reason to think one is a unicorn.
Right. So if there's a whole religion that all started out there and they all said we're all unicorns and we're actually unicorns and we want to be treated like unicorns, we should all allow that and just concede that, yep, they are unicorns.
I would make fun of them because I'm allowed to make fun of people and it's hilarious. But,
Okay, well, then I can just make fun of atheists for not actually having a valid reason to believe in atheism, and you guys are all ridiculous and don't have 2 brain cells to put together. I can do the same, right?
yeah, you could totally do that, and I respect your right to do that. But I am making the statement that it's not necessarily hurting anyone, right? And one,
But the argument, okay.
respect the sovereignty of another.
So your argument is people can believe whatever they want as long as it doesn't hurt people. So if people want to believe 2 + 2 is 5, that's perfectly fine. If I just think whatever I want, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody, then that's a perfectly sound reason to believe it.
Individuals. There is also like you raise your kid to believe 2 + 2 is 5, and that's not the best because the kid grows up.
Well, then I don't actually believe 2 + 2 is 5, do I?
What?
If I don't raise my kid to believe 2 + 2 is 5, then I don't actually believe 2 + 2 is 5, do I?
Well, I mean, there are different situations in which the kid could, be raised a little less biasly.
Same thing with the people who are unicorns, right? They should also, people who think they're unicorns should also not have kids.
Okay, so there's a commune in the desert and they all believe that they're unicorns, and that's all well and good, and they live in a utopia, it's fine. But then they start raising their kids, and their kids are denied all of these benefits that they would get because they believe that they're unicorns.
Got it.
I do believe that is hurting another human being. So it does get to a point.
Good. So I just want to be clear that the atheist is telling the Christian right now that the valid reasons to believe things is because of feelings.
The valid reason to believe things is because of outcomes. And outcomes often, I would live a less fulfilling life if I showed up at church every day and lied my ass off to every
You just said as long as I'm not hurting anybody, I could believe it, and therefore it's true to me and it's a valid reason to believe things. So again,
I did not say that.
Yeah, you did. Right. So if I think I'm a unicorn, that's perfectly fine, as long as I don't hurt anybody, right?
Yes, and if it's not really something that I would try to pass a law against. No,
I'm not talking about passing a law. I'm just saying you think that's a valid, positive reason to believe that you're a unicorn just because it makes you happy and doesn't hurt anybody.
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
Right. So just to be clear, the atheist is telling the Christian that everything is true because of feelings.
Again, you had me, and then you don't. You just jump to conclusions there.
How is that not the conclusion? The only reason to believe that you're a unicorn, the only reason to believe that you're the unicorn is because you feel it, and therefore it is true to you, and therefore it is true. So all things are true because of feelings. This is what the atheist is telling the Christian, yes?
You're putting the cart before the horse. The outcome is that the feelings are greater. So yes, feelings are an outcome. It would be illogical to ignore feelings as a characteristic of human experience. But you're not answering the question. Outcome is greater feelings. No, then the answer is no. The atheist is not telling the Christian that you can believe in anything because of feelings. The atheist is telling the Christian that you can believe in anything because if the outcome is positive and not negative, it's not
your feelings, because you have positive feelings. You have positive
feelings
qualia.
Are a possible positive outcome.
Yeah, so you have positive qualia, so therefore it's true and everybody should hold it. So just to be clear, once again, whether it's before or after, people can believe whatever they want and it's true to them just because of feelings.
again, like you had me and then you jumped to it. You said everyone can. Are you going to double down on that statement, or would you?
Unless you can give me an actual other reason to believe you're a
I'm not
unicorn
saying
outside of
everyone
feelings.
should believe in the same thing. That's the opposite.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay,
right?
that's fine.
Can
If
you give
that's
me
not what you
another?
said,
Can
then
you give me
I
another
understand.
valid reason somebody could think that they're a unicorn outside of their own feelings? Then.
Well, perhaps it's the same reason why it's valid to be to have any other religion is that they.
Okay, you're just using an example here. Can you give me a reason
we're using
why
the
it's
example
valid?
of fucking unicorns, dude. If we're gonna talk about unicorns,
I'm giving you a reductio. I'm giving you a reductio, not an example. So, can you give me a reason why it is valid for one to think that they're a unicorn outside of feelings?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. If first of all, this is a theoretical. I'm glad we both understand that. And if they believe in that they are a unicorn, perhaps theoretically there is a whole society built around being a unicorn. They develop a certain diet, and
do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop a society?
Well, it hasn't happened, has it, brother?
Do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
You need to have some sort of basis of religion to develop a society.
That's not the question I'm asking. Do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
Brother, I would have moved on from this unicorn thing so long ago. It just doesn't work.
Right. The reason you don't want to move on from it is because it's cooking you right now. Do you need to be? Do you need to think that you're a unicorn? Do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
We're talking about religion here. You're comparing.
Do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
If your society was built on being a unicorn,
do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
You need some sort of belief system to develop.
Do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
Are you just going to have this dishonest argument the entire time?
Until you actually answer the question. Do you think you need to
Until
be
you
a
actually
unicorn?
answer my ridiculous fucking question?
You can say it's ridiculous, but all it's showing is that you can't give an answer to this very simple question. Do you have to think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
It shows that you can't accept an answer to the question.
Do you think you need to be a unicorn or think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
I think that there are several ways to develop a society. And
do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society?
The religious guy creates a whole entire.
Do you think you need to be a unicorn to develop society?
He's like a fucking J.R.R. Tolkien writing.
So are you admitting that you do? Are you admitting that you're allergic and unable to actually answer a simple question? It's a very simple question. He has to come up
with his magic system. He says that the guy has the mana inside of him, and the elves have their little air magic in order to make it happen, and the unicorns turn into people. And the full moon,
okay,
what the fuck is this?
So why can't you answer the question?
Because it's a trap question. It's a fucking debate.
Yeah. So if you're saying it's a trap question, then that means that I'm technically correct, and you're just afraid to admit that you're wrong.
But having dumb debate tactics doesn't make you technically correct.
Why is it a dumb debate? Can you give me the inference rule that makes it a dumb debate tactic?
Can I give you the inference rule that makes it a dumb debate?
Inference rule, yeah.
Inference.
Mm-hmm.
Can you define inference for me?
So inference rules are a set of logical rules that people hold to come to sound conclusions.
Okay.
So this would be like modus ponens or modus tollens.
Okay. So it's what you're trying to do here is you've come up with a. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not really the best debater in the world, so I only know we all know. Terms
every one of us knows that you're not.
And so you've come up with this straw man of this created world that I was just talking about a second ago.
Your argument was that people can believe whatever they want as long as they don't hurt people, then therefore it's a valid reason to believe it. So then I asked you, logically, can people think that they're unicorns? And you said yes. And I said, okay, so you're saying that people can believe whatever they want just based off feelings. And then you said no. So I said, give me an example where you could do it where it's not. Hold on. I'm steel manning because you said I straw man. You said I straw man. So let me steel man. Let me steel man because you said I straw man, right? So then you said that it's not just based off feelings. I said, can you give me another reason that's outside of feelings? Well, then you said these people that are unicorns can develop societies, in which I asked and you refused to answer. Do you need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society? Because if the answer is very simple, that you do not need to think that you're a unicorn to develop society, then that's not actually a valid reason to think that you're a unicorn, now is it?
You had me, and then you didn't. This is what you do. You come up with this string of logic, and it's really sound. And
God bless. Not my fault you can't track them. W drop. Amen. Amen. All right, now I can answer that text message Buddy sent me that distracted me. You have me at hello. You have me at hello. At hello. All right, guys, let's bring in the next guest. Once again, no good reasons to be Muslim, no good reasons to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco. You can join at tinyurl.com/BigJohnSteel10. Let's go. Sifri? Is that how you say your name? All right, bro. How old are you? All right, man, let me bring you in. All right, no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Go ahead.
If you're born a Muslim in a Muslim country, never met a Christian before, that's a good reason.
I don't think it's a good reason to just believe things because you're born in that area and what they believe.
Well, if you don't know of it, then, like, if you don't know Christians exist at all, that's a pretty good reason.
That'd be a good reason to not be a Christian.
Yeah, there's no good reason to be a Muslim. If you're raised as a Muslim, born and raised, and know nothing else, that's a good reason.
No.
Why not?
Just because your society around you tells it it's true doesn't make it true. That's a legitimate fallacy. It's called the ad populum fallacy.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so ad populum fallacy is that it's logically sound or true simply because the populace around you believes it.
If your entire, like, belief structure, right? Like, everything you believe in, like, what you believe is true, and like how you were raised and everything revolves around a religion, which has been true for a lot of, like, societies for a long period of time, in every single society, like, around the world. Like, doesn't it make sense that if you're born into that society and you, like, you make a good point. That is a good point. So it's difficult to, like, I still think that it's fair. Like, I'm agnostic personally. My mom was raised Catholic. I was raised pescatarian.
Agnostic is based. I respect that viewpoint.
Well, because I believe in a higher power. I just don't know what that higher power is.
Well, that would be more like a deism than agnosticism. Agnosticism would state around the long lines of I do not know or I cannot know, depending on which definition you take. But if you're saying that there is something, but I don't know what that something is, that'd be like a form of deism.
Okay, because that makes sense. But I just think that, like, it's unfair. It's a sweeping generalization to say there's no good reason to be Muslim, because I feel like there are good reasons. Like, because if you are just a good person and you just happen to be Muslim, like, that's a pretty good reason to be, a Muslim or an atheist.
I think for a certain amount of time, but I think at some point everybody in their life needs to sit back and ask, why do I believe what I believe? So, like, I can give that for children or even young adults, and you just say, but, like, if I walk up to you and I say, hey, you're a Muslim, right? Why are you Muslim? And the only thing they can give me is, well, I'm a Muslim because my parents are Muslim, then that would not be a good reason for me to transition into Islam now, would it?
Yeah, that's fair. But would you agree that, like, for example, critical thinking is in short supply nowadays? Like, people don't critically think, they just yell, they shout, they use their emotions to attack people and so on, and that people don't critically think about things.
Yep.
A lot of the time. And that today's, like, social media, everything else, people are more connected, but also yet more disconnected. Like, if you go back, like, when a couple hundred years ago, you know what I mean? Like, if you're a Muslim and you never meet any other kinds of people that aren't Muslim, like, there is an argument to be had that that is a good reason. If you've never met a Christian before, you've never met a Buddhist, you've never met anyone else, an atheist, and you're just like, well, I was born a Muslim, I believe in Allah, so on and so forth. Like, it makes sense to me.
Right.
I'm a good person, and I don't question it because I have more important things going on in my life. I want to be good at my craft. I want to be good at this. I just am
Right.
a part of
But here's the thing. It's not logically sound and it doesn't work. If anybody, even another Muslim, walks up to him and says, hey, why are we Muslim? And the only answer you can give is, well, because we're all Muslim. That's not logically sound.
That requires some level of self-awareness. But if you're not aware of that, like you can,
Well,
like,
then, yeah,
like I
that's
said
not a good
earlier,
reason,
with
is
the
it?
not being able to think critically, like if people don't think critically about their beliefs, then they never question it.
Right. But
And
I think
a
you're
lot of
making
people
my
don't-
I think you're making my argument for me is that they don't think critically about it, so therefore they don't question it. So therefore, by definition, it's not a good reason to believe it.
Okay, yeah, I can see that as that's. It just seems like such a sweeping. Like I feel like you could say. I feel like the phrase "no good reason"
Mhm.
is not as appropriate as like. I feel like I have a problem with the wording. Like I feel like there is a good reason to be a Muslim, just like there is a good reason to be a Catholic or an atheist or any of those religions. There's always a good reason because it's a belief system. It's like, you know, I have an issue with saying there's no good reason, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I can't concede just because you don't like the wording.
I'm not saying to concede that, like,
Yeah.
like you could. I can't think of a way to phrase it that would be like. It's such a sweeping generalization that there's no good reason. Just seems like it's not empathetic to what somebody else's circumstance might be, and that just
Hold on,
because you think critically doesn't mean that other people will. Because I deal with that a lot in my life.
Yeah.
There's people that just don't want to think about anything and just want to live their lives, and
Can I just
move on.
address a quick comment real quick? Somebody says, I just want to
Yeah.
be racist. Do you guys realize that Islam is not a race, right? I'm just curious if I know that you're not saying that. Someone in the chat saying it. But I just
That
think
is
that's
kind of
funny.
a ridiculous statement.
Yeah. So again, I don't think it's logically sound to say the only reason I believe in something is because we all believe it.
Is so, for example, I mean, because see, now I'm thinking like, there's no good reason to be a racist. You know what I mean? Because once you meet somebody of a different, well, I don't believe in race as a whole anyways. We're all human. We're the human race. It's just a skin color, personally. But
I think, and this is where people are going to say, we got him, right? There could be logically sound reasons to be racist. I don't think those actual logical sound reasons exist. But let's say that you live in a society, and I'm just going to use a random example, where you're green and these people who are purple are across from you. And every time a green person runs into a purple person, the purple persons attack the green people. So you be inclined to think, well, all purple people are dangerous until you have reason not to believe that. And that'd be like a logically sound thing to do. This is very similar to what women, hold on, let me land this plane. So I don't sound too crazy. Like women say it's not all men, right? Or it's all men until it's not. I understand. I sympathize with that because a woman doesn't know if a man is dangerous. So they have to assume that all men are dangerous. And I get that. I understand that. So you can make a logically sound argument for that, but I still don't see a logically sound argument for like Islam or Muslims.
I feel like that tracks with religion, but if you don't believe that, I mean, that's your belief, like that's like, if we can agree to disagree. I just think that there are good reasons. They just, because the reason you just gave kind of was a good reason to be a racist, even though it's not acceptable. It's not a
I think like if we lived, I don't think we live in a society like that's like that. So I don't think right now there's a good reason to be a racist. But if by chance we ran into like a new race of purple people, and every time we ran into purple people, they attacked us, well, then we would have to associate their race with danger. And we could say, yes, this is a valid reason to be racist towards purple people.
Well, that's one of the things that started like the Crusades and stuff like that too. Was like, oh, the Muslims took our land, we need to take it back. And
Well,
it's always
not entirely. Oh, hold on, just one sec.
Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive others. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
I've never had an AI read me a prayer before or lead me in prayer. I know you can't hear that, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that at all.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just
So,
heard it.
so I have a system where if people pay a certain amount, it'll just automatically speak. And you just, Lord Stryker came in with $100 and just gave us the Lord's Prayer. Thank you so much, sir. That was very generous of you. Yeah. So where do we leave off? Purple people. That'd be a good reason.
Oh yeah, well, so if there's a good reason, hypothetically, to be racist, which I don't believe necessarily, because I think that hating particular people is an irrational thought. Because
Well, I don't think racism is just a hate of a specific people. I think racism is just categorizing people under a certain group based off the color or the color of them or the race of who they are. And again, if we
or
ran
their
into
sex, for example.
well, that'd be sexism to a certain extent. And I actually agree. There's a certain level of sexism that I think is like example. All women, like I am, I have a wife. She's behind me. If she goes outside and there's men outside, I'd rather she stay away from them because we don't know if they're safe. Right. So it's like,
Yeah,
there's
and
a
men are
certain level of
stronger than
sexism.
women and all that kind of crap that like they can, like, 5% of men create. Yeah. I just think that it's a really good, like you can track the racism argument, I feel like, towards the religion argument that, like, in today's day and age, I don't think there's necessarily a good reason to be one thing or another besides the fact that you believe in it and that was your belief system, and that people don't think critically about a lot of things, especially nowadays with social media where everything's like scrolling and like everything's about like the
I got to address this ridiculous comment, bro, and it's not fair to you. This person says that sounds controlling, to be honest.
What?
Everybody on the internet's always saying that women have to avoid men and because men are all dangerous and we're all the monsters. And when I agree with y'all and I say, yeah, it's probably wise for my wife to avoid men, then you look at me and call me controlling? You just can't win.
You can't win.
No, you can't win. Sorry, bro. Go ahead. I keep cutting you, and I
it's
don't
like an
normally do
ignorance,
that.
so like the compassion that you're showing that you want to protect somebody that you care about. That's just ignorance. I feel like that statement. But yeah, I mean, I think that the argument that if you're born like not in today's day and age, anywhere where religion was important, that being that religion in group identity, although it might not be like, it is a logical fallacy, of course, but it is still necessarily like, because if you don't know any better, like I don't actually know a lot about the Quran, but I do know that one of the phrases is that you can still get into Jannah or heaven if you never knew of the Muslim faith, I believe. So therefore you were ignorant of it, so that you can't. Right.
Well, I feel like we're just going to go full circle there. Somebody said in the chat, she's not allowed. I said, I'd prefer if she didn't. What point did I say she's not allowed to talk to other men? I never once said that.
It wasn't even about talking to them.
I just said I'd prefer if she avoided strange men on the street. That's crazy. All right, bro. I feel like because we've gone full circle, if you have a new point, we can keep going. But if not, I got to jump on.
That was pretty much it. It was just that I don't agree with the no good reason is too generalized. But yeah, I mean, we can agree to disagree. I respect your opinion.
All right, man. Well, God bless. Appreciate you. And have a great day.
Hey, you too.
Nice guy. Good news or bad news?
Medium.
Text
We'll
me.
have to talk about it.
Text me.
Okay.
I want to know. Crying out loud. It's been a freaking week, guys. It's been a crappy week. Let's do some super chats. I think we already did this one. Oh yeah, we did. Brady came in with that. B came in with $2, says, do you believe in Enoch to be canon? No, it's not, because Enoch was long dead when Enoch was written, so he could not have wrote it. Outlaw came with $9.99. I swear atheists are just intellectually airhead. They use what if and circular reasoning to say there is no God, circular reasoning to say there is no God. A lot. I wouldn't put that under all atheists. I think there are some really logically sound atheists out there, logically sound Christians. When you start getting into like the realms of like deep philosophy, like people who actually do this stuff for a living and are not internet douchebags like me, they'll write a paper and it takes like years for people to respond to those papers because of how in-depth they are for God and against God. Ty Gay came in. I didn't mean to say gay. Go Sandbuck says, one historical reason for being atheist, the European Wars of Religion, 1600 AD. Again, that would not disprove or prove God. It'd just be like a God you didn't like, for example. Brady came in $1.99. Caller, why is harm even bad under your view? Most people can't give a reason for that. Paul the Baptist came in with $5, says, I think you sometimes turn down the flame. So John, don't be afraid to cook on high heat because that's the best way to cook. I don't know what's going on lately, but I was spicy yesterday and I got a whole bunch of props for it. And I thought I was being way too mean. I don't know how to make you guys happy anymore because sometimes I get too mean. I get a whole bunch of messages. You shouldn't cuss as a Christian. That's not how Christians should behave. And then sometimes I get really mean and everybody's like, yeah, John, you're doing so great. Cook those atheists. I'm getting mixed messages. I feel like I'm in a gaslit relationship here. Aviator came in with $5, says, you literally can't be Muslim and not know Christians exist. Islam is built around the fact that Christians exist. This is true, but I understood his rhetorical goal. So I didn't think that was worth bringing up, if that makes sense. Okay, hold on. Let me read what my wife sent me.
I didn't send it to you yet.
Oh, you haven't sent it? It's a lot? Oh my God. I'm scared.
I sent it.
Okay. Jacob, your mic isn't connected. You probably joined. I need 5 minutes. Abby's going to entertain you. I'll be back.
Where are you going? It's never easy. Nothing in life is ever easy. How's everyone else? Modern brain, you joke, but that actually is typically how our texts go. I send him a bunch of things and then
Can you give me the number for the guy? I can call and ask him a question.
Okay. Well, it's just the number. Like, it's that number. You called it already. And then ask for him.
What was his name again? Just tell me via text. Okay. Will you show me the number?
Yeah, ask him.
I'll tell you later. I don't want them to know.
You could text me. Thank you, Garrett. I like those super chats the best, not gonna lie, because they just make me laugh. Ivan, I don't know. That could be a good idea, but it feels a little dirty. Like, I don't know. I don't know. We don't know how we feel about stuff like that. Like when he like doesn't do something until he gets like a certain amount of money. You just like, I don't know. Mark's going to Hawaii. That's pretty cool. I'm trying to see what I missed. Oh. Nothing. It is awkward. I hate when he does this, and he left me for a long time this time. we're all just gonna sit here and not do anything. Tribute Center, everything. It has been a very difficult week. You call me Annie. It has been a rough week for both of us, but we are still here. I think he's coming back.
That's not medium news, by the way. That's just bad news.
I didn't think it was bad.
All right, let's bring in a guest. Shooty McCool. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Good. How old are you? Yeah, how old are you? All right, man, let me bring you in. All right, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco. Go ahead.
Well, I guess the kind of, I really just kind of have a question more than anything else. And I guess the question would be kind of a two-parter. Number one, are you saying that there's a good reason to be Christian? And if so, what would be the good reason to be Christian?
Well, it's a different topic, but yes, there is a good reason to be Christian, and I think that'd be the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Alrighty. Thanks.
All right.
He sounded so frustrated.
I think we missed some. Garrett Price came in with $20. You guys, I guess you guys already heard it, but he said the
Money.
Meta Steep came in with $10. Says 1 Peter 3:15. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give a reason for the hope that you have, but do not with gentleness, but do with this gentleness and respect. Silent Rail Worker again came in with $10. Says, I'm personally tired of weak Christians, so I respect the language and passion in your arguments. If people have a problem with it, they can go watch VeggieTales.
What do you got against VeggieTales?
I mean, they're a lot nicer. I don't think he's got anything against it. I think he's just saying, yeah, VeggieTales. I think we got trolled again. I'm going through quite a queue of people here. Oh, I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I'm getting a phone call.
Who?
Don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, guys. Now you're stuck with me again. And I'm trying to read something. Got a lot going on, but we're still trying to entertain you a little bit. He does not have, this might be too much information, but I started getting him fiber supplements, and his stomach issues have basically disappeared. Top tier wife. John disappeared faster than my father. That's sad. Butterfly, I don't know if you're asking about John's ethnicity, but he's actually Greek. He's got Greek in his blood. Your father is awesome. I believe you. I believe you. John is partially Greek. Is on his mom's side. And his dad's side's Newfie. So that's an interesting mix. I am part Irish, part Scottish / English. He doesn't speak Greek. Like that's their heritage, but they are they don't I don't even think his mom's side speaks Greek. I'm not sure. I only met her once. So. Are you Scottish Tribute Center? Yeah, John does get a Newfie accent sometimes. It comes from his dad. Especially when he's talking to his dad. It's bad. It just comes right out. We met at a martial arts gym. And yeah, we started working together. And we became friends, and then the rest is history. Sir Joke, you have not missed much because we are taking phone calls currently. John ran away and now he left me and it's awkward. Bert merch. Bert merch would be fantastic. Oh, he poked his head out when I said that. Bert! He ran away from me. Did I ever do a DNA test? No. But I know who my family is. Garrett, the funny thing is he actually made a joke to my dad that he would, about how many, like, sheep he needed to give him for me. Gabriel, we haven't actually had too many calls because we keep interrupting ourselves. So you haven't missed too much. And Forbidden Flow, I do actively compete. I compete very actively in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I enjoy doing that. Nothing for a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see what's in the future for me. We do, John and I do, like, we spar together, but I do, he would win. Like, he has to hold back so that he doesn't cream me or, like, squish me, right? Because we're not the same size. So maybe I might sometimes, like, get a submission or something because he's holding back. But I wouldn't really count that as a win because it's not equal fights. What's my mile time? What do you mean? Like running? I hate running. John doesn't fight. I mean, it's hard because, well, first of all, COVID hit like right after he did fight. So then that kind of shut things down for a while. And then it's just it is a lot of work. Like, in order to really do a proper fight camp, you can't work at the same time because you need to be lifting, like powerlifting. You need to be doing your cardio. Then you need to be training martial arts all the time. And it's just a big, like, money pit too. So if you can't work, then you're broke. It's just hard. It's a hard thing to do. And if you're not going to go to, like, the UFC, if that's not going to be your grind and try and get up to the top, then there's not really a lot of reward in it because you do have to spend a lot of money, a lot of time, like, to actually fight like MMA. If you compete jiu-jitsu, it's a different story. But it's not worth it because, like, I fought MMA, I had my orbital broken. My orbital wall broke and I had a hole in the orbital floor. So then it's like I couldn't do anything for 6 months, like anything active really, for 6 months while it healed, because all you have to do is wait for it to heal. And it's like I spent a lot of money to have my face broken. So there you go. That's my advice. We teach little kids jiu-jitsu. We teach middle-aged children jiu-jitsu and kickboxing. And then adults as well. John is 6'1", 6'2", 6'1". The kids are really cute. They're really cute and they're little tiny geese. And they're pretty, like, they are intense. Heads are required to compete. Okay. I don't know what that means. Oh, performance enhancing drugs? Not really. I mean, maybe top level. I don't know. I haven't gone like national with it or anything. Locally, no. His facial structure makes him look 5'7". That's rude. That is rude. A short face. That's wild. I didn't know. Eric, we did have iced coffee. It's gone now. I don't have any experience with Krav Maga. However, I think that's how you say it. Combatives, is that like Gracie combatives where they train like soldiers and cops? Because that I think is a great program because cops should train jiu-jitsu. But from what I've seen with like Krav Maga, they're very like confident that they're like, you just do this one strike and they're going to be incapacitated. And I just don't think that is true based on what I've seen. So I'd rather have some kickboxing, a lot of jiu-jitsu, and then I think you got a pretty solid base for self-defense. Brady, I hated that beard. It was not a good beard. Every so often, he like asks if he can have the beard back, and it's just not it. He looks old, like he looks older with it. I don't like it. He does need to come back before I reveal all the family secrets because I'm just yapping so that you don't get bored. And so that's not awkward. So he better come back. He's still gone. I can't debate. I couldn't debate to save my life.
How many people we lose? Oh, we gained people.
I think I've just been yapping.
Sorry,
Desperately.
guys. Sorry, guys. That's on me. That's on me. Got some things we're trying to handle and need to handle it ASAP. I can't really put it on the back burner. The biology teacher. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? All right, man, let me bring you in. All right, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco. Go ahead.
All right, so I would consider myself like agnostic, soft A atheist, or like
Based.
pantheist. And I think my main point would be that you don't choose your beliefs. I don't know if you would disagree with that, but I think can work from there.
Like you can't just sit there and go, I believe something. I agree with that 100%, but you can definitely do the due diligence to work out reasons why you believe or do not believe things. And I think by doing the due diligence, you can influence your belief. So, for example, right now, I don't believe I have $1 million in my bank account, but if I went and did the due diligence of examining my bank account and discovered $1 million in there, then I would then believe that there is $1 million in there.
For sure. I would say that people either don't have the ability to do so, and or you will try to find like ad hoc justification for your beliefs rather than actively trying to reason yourself into beliefs.
Yeah, I'd say people definitely do have the ability to do so. And it's just through the study of epistemology, why you believe things to be true, or the study of knowledge in the first place. Most people don't go through that process of discovering why they believe things to be true. And generally you can discover this by implementing certain reductios, and those reductios will show like inconsistencies in their viewpoints.
So as being an atheist, again,
Well, I thought you were agnostic.
Yeah, like I'm agnostic. I don't think you can know anything about a God claim, but I'm like, I don't think there is a God.
So when you're saying, just to be clear, just clarifying question, I don't mean to cut you off. When you're saying agnostic, you're taking the latter part of the definition where it says like you cannot know, it cannot be known, or are you saying that you just don't know?
I would say a mix of both. Like definitely, I personally would say I don't know, but I would also say that it seems to me that we don't have the capability to know.
Okay. So I think that would come like with a bit of a burden of proof. You're going to say it cannot be known. I don't necessarily hold to that because like if, for example, say the people who walked with Jesus and saw Jesus and they actually witnessed those things, would you say they would have a rational reason to believe in God's existence?
Oh, that's such a weighted question because I would reject the fact that.
No, I'm not saying it did happen. I'm saying if it did happen.
If it did happen, that they would have the valid reason to believe that Jesus is God. That's what you're asking.
They'd have a valid reason to believe, even if they didn't believe Jesus is God, they have a valid reason to believe in some sort of divine existence. Yeah.
I don't know if I could fully answer that. I think taking it from like my perspective, if I saw something like that and I believed it, sure, I think that's a valid reason.
Okay, so yeah, I'd say that, if you're talking about we cannot know everything for certain, then yeah, I'd say that latter point of that definition is fine. But in the terms of like, it just cannot be known that God exists in the same way like we cannot know that gravity exists. I would argue that, yeah, we can know that God exists or doesn't exist using like inductive or deductive logic.
I think I take issue with the comparison to scientific facts to the
I'm not
theological
I'm
claims.
sorry, I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that like science and the theological claim are similar. I'm just saying when we're talking about the word know, right? You cannot know for certainty how exactly gravity works or what it is, or even if it's true, because it could be a plethora of other possibilities. But we could say it's the best explanation considering all the data and take that hypothesis. And I say we could do the same thing with God. We can say that God, given certain outcomes and scenarios using deductive and inductive logic, is the best hypothesis that has the most explanatory data, or that explains the most data. Sorry.
I would agree with that for the most part. I struggle. Like my viewpoint on logic is it's just kind of a function of language. Like logic works because that's just what language is. Like I can create a valid syllogism about Sam the squirrel being the necessary precondition for all knowledge, ethics, and so forth. So I don't think.
Yeah, so a syllogism can come to a logical conclusion. That doesn't mean it's sound. Right? You need reasons to believe certain things, and logic is not just language, right? It's actually based in mathematics. This is the reason that if you read like logical philosophy papers, you won't see just words and conversations. You're actually going to see math equations.
Yeah, and I think math is also something that is kind of fake.
Math is
Maybe
fake.
Math is fake. Yeah, kind of a hot take.
I don't know where to go from there.
Yeah, I like it's. I'm not like here to fully like be the atheist that try to debate. Like I think our worldviews are just so different that it's hard to have any conversation where either of us can budge on our beliefs. Like it goes back to what I was speaking on about logic. Like logic and math, they're fake, but they work just because I guess that's just a function of our reality.
Okay, is it true that there's one sun in our solar system?
Numbers are fake.
Yeah, I would say that there's evidence to support that.
Okay, so how's that fake?
How is it fake that there's ones? Well, one is just a description of the amount, I suppose.
It's a description of identity, right? So one is one singular, right? Two would be two plural. But yeah, if I say there's one sun, right, that language of one represents an axiomatic truth that it's singular and by itself, and there's two side by side. So it's how's math fake?
So fake in the sense that like we can't interact with math directly in our reality. I mean, I guess I can just replace the word fake with metaphysical.
So are you saying it metaphysically doesn't exist?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say metaphysics is something that we invented to help describe our world.
Well, metaphysics is just the study of reality. It's not just our world. So that would include concepts as well.
And I think concepts are fake.
What do you mean by fake?
Yeah. So maybe I'm just too fucking science brained to engage with the philosophical standpoints of this.
But your name is the biology teacher.
Yeah.
Did you say you're not science brained, or you are too science brained?
No, I am too science brained. Like I just
But
maybe I'm just too much of an essentialist.
Science is based in mathematics. Mathematics is based in logic. Like you can't even like if you're science brained, do you not hold to the philosophy of science?
No, I definitely hold to the philosophy of science. I would say though that.
But so if you hold to the philosophy of science, then you'd hold to something like Bayes' theorem, which is like a foundation in science. And so if you're going to hold to something like Bayes' theorem is grounded in logic and mathematics. And so you couldn't do science without that. So I'm curious how you come to the conclusion that, abstract logic and mathematics are fake. And what do you mean by fake as well?
I guess that we invent them.
We invent them.
Yeah.
Okay. If we didn't exist, would it still be true there's one sun in our solar system?
Yeah.
Okay, so then how would we invent that?
Well, the language wouldn't exist, but
I'm not even talking about the language. I'm talking about the abstract concept.
I don't think that the sun existing is a concept.
The concept of one sun in our solar system?
The concept of one would be, but not the sun itself.
So how's one a concept if there's only a singular sun?
Again, I think it's just a function of language.
So just saying it's a functional language doesn't answer the question.
Can you reword it? Maybe I'm just too much of a slow boy.
I don't think you're a slow boy. I'm just saying if it's true that there's one sun, absent independent minds or are being stance independent, then it seems to be true that one exists.
Run that back again. I was looking out my window. The words went through my brain. They didn't pick it up. Can you just restate it for me, please?
Yeah. If it's true that the sun exists as one singular sun in our universe, stance independent, then it logically follows that it seems to be that one exists objectively.
I would say that logically follows. Yep.
Okay, so then one is not made up.
I think again, our language just can't properly describe.
Well, but you just said it logically follows, so then that means it's true.
Yeah, I don't think because something logically follows makes it inherently true in our reality.
I don't know how to talk to you. Because if you're going to deny logic, deny math, and say that anything, even things that are logically sound and logically follows, doesn't make it true, then there's literally nothing I could say to you to convince you of anything. You could just say, I don't want to believe it.
I don't think that's true. I think more so, I come to the standpoint that that we invent logic and math to help us properly interact with the world around us. They're not fake in the sense that I totally deny their existence.
Can we change it?
But can we?
If we invented it, can we change logic?
Can we change logic? I don't think so.
Okay, then we didn't invent it.
So your logic to you is something that exists outside of the mind and is fundamental to reality, correct?
I know. I believe it exists in a mind, but I think it's the mind of God.
Yep. I guess we might just not be able to have a conversation then. I guess I need to study up on my philosophy more.
Just a touch, just a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, bro. I appreciate you. God bless.
No problem, John.
Okay. Well, if you rather do that, call him and say yes, and that way we can get this done.
Okay. You sure?
Well, it's only $8 more, right?
Yeah.
And just for another year.
Yeah.
Good, done.
Okay.
Get it done.
I'll just wait till you bring on the next person so I can get my time.
Yeah. What a day. Control much? While you're at it, I want you to do the dishes, and I expect that room to be spotless when I get out there. And listen to me, at exactly 6 o'clock today, if dinner is not made, you are not allowed to sleep in the bed. You have to sleep on the floor tonight. And if you keep up with the womanly attitude and I am woman independent, hear me roar, you're going into the dog cage. Do you understand?
We don't even have a dog.
I will buy a dog cage to put you in it so you understand your place in this world. All right? Your place is doing exactly what I say, when I say it, whenever I say it. You understand me, woman?
I actually did forget to start the dishwasher, so thank you.
Do you understand me, woman?
Yes, yes, yes.
Say yes, dear.
Oh, yes, dear.
Say yes,
Bring
master.
on the next person, please.
Okay, fine. That's definitely going to get clipped. Mm-hmm. Nos, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I'm good, bro. Give me 2 seconds and I'll bring you in. All right, man, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
I'm not here really to talk about the first part of the prompt, more the second part.
Okay, go ahead.
Could you first possibly give me your definition of reason and atheist?
Reason would be something that is logically sound, right? And atheist would be the belief that there is no God or gods.
Okay. I know you probably had this numerous times, and I was listening to the stream before, and the biology teacher, he seemed to have been on a good track, but then he kind of got sidetracked with numbers and math and everything being fake. But my argument is that free will doesn't exist, and therefore the concept of gods.
You like it?
I do like it.
I like it.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think that's just a false dichotomy, right? Because you can take a Calvinistic point of view with God, and they don't believe there is no free will. They still think there's free will, but you could take a Calvinistic point of view of God and just simply state that there is no free will and all of it's determined.
So you're saying that Calvinists believe in a God or believe in God, yet don't believe in free will?
No, they do believe in free will. They're compatibilist with determinism, but you could tweak it and have no issues with Calvinism, where there would be no free will.
Okay. I think I'm getting lost in the concepts there. I compatibilism.
And I would actually
That
argue, the God of Islam doesn't have free will. Like there's no free will in Islam because people don't get to choose. God chooses for you.
okay. So when you say atheist, you mean the Christian God?
No, I'm saying atheist is the firm belief that there is no God or gods, right?
Okay. I'm not so sure about the Calvinist view, but I don't believe that God. I believe that there is a higher being or higher power.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not the God that vast majority of people in a religion articulate to be God.
Right,
If
but
that makes sense.
that'd be deism. So again, that wouldn't be atheism. I mean, like classically Christians would call you atheist, but for the modern sense,
Yeah.
no.
Well, that's why I wanted you to define atheist, because if atheism is just not believing in a God or all gods,
Yeah,
so that's why I asked that.
so yeah, the definition is the lack of existence in a god or gods. Right. So just the definition of atheism from Stratford Encyclopedia of Philosophy says, in philosophy, however, or more specifically in the philosophy of religion, the term atheism is standard used to refer to the proposition that God does not exist, or more broadly to the proposition that there are no gods.
Okay, so you're saying that I technically wouldn't be an atheist because I believe that there is some sort of higher power, whether or not I would describe it as a god.
Correct.
But why wouldn't I be atheist in regards to Allah or the Christian God or Buddha or anything like that?
Yeah, atheism isn't the belief of against a specific type of God. Atheism is the belief that there is no gods. So you're not atheist towards a god, right? You just believe in a type of God.
Okay, so I guess if by that definition I wouldn't be atheist and my argument wouldn't be able to debunk that there's no good reason to be an atheist, do you contend that if there is no free will, then the Christian God, the way you conceive it, doesn't exist? And then
No,
that is,
no.
hold on, sorry, I wasn't finished yet. I apologize. And if that's the case, would you then be an atheist? Because right now you believe that there is only one God, which is the Christian God.
No,
So if
I'd just be
so,
a different version of Calvinism.
okay, yeah, I'm not too familiar on Calvinism.
But I'd also argue that the concept of free will is almost impossible to prove or disprove. It seems intuitive. It seems innate that free will exists. And there's just some logical leaps in conclusion for determinism that I see problems with as well. So
Yes, but a lot of people can believe things are innate and be wrong about that.
yeah, you could be, but there's axiomatic truths in this world. And so this innate thing, this innate truth, seems to be trustworthy. And again, if we can't trust these things, these intuitions that are just seem to be built into all humans in all the world, then we have to ask the question, how can we trust anything?
Well, what happens if other innate ideas and axiomatic truths that we hold contradict this innate feeling of free will?
Like what?
How do you, like logic, cause and effect?
Yeah, those things are true.
Yeah, but I'm saying those very things negate free will.
No, they don't, right? There's logical leaps that are made, right? So I'm also a compatibilist. I think there are some surface level things that are deterministic, but there are things that I do not see the correlation there. So for example, when I'm driving down the street, I don't think about turning right. I don't think about turning left. I simply just do. I have a subconscious aspect that just operates, and that's by cause and effect. I have a certain location. But when I sit and rationalize and I think about philosophy and I make decisions about grand things in life, then I don't see any cause and effect there. I see me rationalizing and working through it. Now, obviously, there's some outside factors that are going to affect the way I think about things, but it just seems innately true that we all make choices. And even in our society, we hold people accountable for decisions they make. If you commit a crime, I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm not going to simply say, well, it's not your fault because the sun shined a certain beam of light at a certain time frame, which caused a whole chain of reaction that led you to committing a crime.
Sorry, there's quite a few things to parse out. I'm going to have to talk about the last one because that's the one that's forefront of my mind. I'm not saying anything about morality or whether or not people deserve to be punished. But I
Well,
still think that
neither am I. Neither am I. I'm just simply stating the world operates in a way that we hold people accountable as if they are responsible for the decisions they make. If determinism is true, then we are not.
No, that's not the same. And by that I mean you're looking at it as more of a like, do they deserve to be punished? I can hold someone accountable without
How can you hold
believing
them
they deserve to be.
accountable? They didn't make the decision.
No, by accountability, I mean if so, I'll give you an example. Let's say that somebody wanted to murder you and they were coming at you
Mm-hmm.
and they were never going to stop,
Mm-hmm.
right? It would be good for you to prevent them and lock them up.
That's
But
not even what I'm talking about, like the
no,
acts of justice.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The act of just desserts is not compatible with the logic of cause and effect and determinism, which I believe is reality. And just because
Right. So
you think,
again, the act of justice. So if somebody causes harm to your family, right, you'd
yes,
want to seek justice. Would you not?
yes, I would,
Right.
but that would be a more of the emotional base rather than a logical base reaction.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The world seems to have this innate desire for justice and holding people accountable.
Yes.
And so it seems to be that it's axiomatically true that we make choices. Because if not, why are we holding people accountable for things they don't actually make a decision for? It's deterministic.
Well, it's deterministic, but you would still want to stop the murderer.
I'm not talking about stopping. I'm talking about justice. They've already committed the crime.
So you're telling me that, let's say that there is a psychopath, right? And they wanted to kill you, and we happen to have a new drug. You could just give them this new drug, like an injection, and it would reprogram their brain, and they no longer would have these psychotic and like murderous intent. Would you give it to them, or would you say no, 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 no? You deserve to be punished still, even though that person is totally different.
Yeah, so I'd probably do both.
So wouldn't you necessarily be thinking, hey, the reason why you were being psychotic and also wanting to murder was because of, let's say, whatever this medication fixed in your brain?
The problem with your analogy is it's begging the question, right? You're assuming determinism is true.
Okay, but now you're switching it up. Okay, are we going to talk about like the moral ethics of determinism, or do you want to talk
you're
about?
just saying if we had a system that could determinately cause people to not do these things, would you not implement it? That's presupposing determinism is true. So it's begging the question.
Sorry, give me a second to think through that. Okay, but wouldn't you necessarily be like presupposing that compatibilism is true? Then?
I'm not making an analogy.
Yeah, but you brought up moral ethics by first.
Yeah, I'm giving an evidential claim, right? So I'm not presupposing anything here. I'm saying it evidentially seems that we have free will. simply based off the fact that we act in a way that's in accordance with people who have free will.
Yeah, and then I countered that by saying people act in all sorts of ways. Also, we also have other innate and
Right, but
logical.
I'm not saying that individuals act in a way, like certain individuals. What I'm saying, it's the collective. It seems to be axiomatically true. Axiomatic means that it seems to be true inherently without any or evidence, right? And people are like, oh, you don't have evidence for it. Yeah, I agree, but that's what an axiom is, and we hold axioms all the time, especially like in mathematics.
But isn't that an argument from ad populum, as you usually like to point out to people? Just because a lot of people believe it doesn't make it so.
No, I'm not saying because they believe it, it's true. I'm saying we operate in a way as if it is true.
Okay, that I think
so.
That's
It seems like we're following a guideline that's implemented into the universe.
Yeah,
just like we have these innate desires for water, these innate desires for food. If you're going to start making the claim that these innate desires that are built into literally every single human being are false, for example, like believing in God or believing in freedom of choice or freedom of will, then you're going to start coming to these logical conclusions of like, why can we trust our evolutionary processes in the first place? Can we even believe anything is true?
Yes, but as if they're true doesn't necessarily follow that they are true. We're able to act as if they're true, but they're not. The same way someone would be like, hey, I just left the house. Did I turn off the kettle? I'm going to act as if it's not true because I would rather go back and check than leave it and then it happen to be true. So even though
that's
it's not true,
analogous to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have these innate, right? You keep kind of skipping over that part and you're using things that are not innate as examples.
I know, but when I try to bring up determinism, you then switch up and say you're just operating under the presupposition that
no. You gave an analogy. You gave an analogy that presupposes. So, like me answering your analogy automatically gives the answer of determinism. That's what I'm saying. It's a problem in your analogy. I'm not saying you can bring up evidence for determinism, and we can go through that. But you gave an analogy and asked me to answer a question that no matter how I answer that question, will just determine that that determinism is true.
And isn't that just as you said to somebody else that it's not a trap, it's that I'm right?
I did answer your question, and it doesn't make you right. Begging the question doesn't mean you're right. If you're not challenging my worldview, because I don't believe that you can do that thing.
Okay.
Like if I believed that you could do that thing and then you asked me that question, then yes, it would be a trap, and it would be a trap because you're right, and it would show that I'm inconsistent in my worldview. But I don't believe that you can do that thing.
Okay. I guess to try to come at it a different angle, are you willing to answer maybe 2 to 3 hypotheticals?
Of course.
Okay. Would you still be you if you were born to different parents at a different time and in a different place?
Yeah, so this is going to bring up the problem of identity, right? What makes somebody identical to them? For somebody to be identical to me, they have to actually be in the same time and place that I am. So somebody that is 5 minutes from now from me wouldn't be the same me that I am now. We could also go into like all sorts of like reductios where like, let's say I go into a teleporting machine, and the teleporting machine evaporates me in my current conscious self, but then completely recreates me somewhere else. Is that still me, identical to me? Well, the law of identity would say yes, but the problem is that's not me going through that current experience. It's some identical version of me going through that experience. So is that me? So there's a whole bunch of problems that we're going to go through identity here. If I was born under another family, would I still be me? Well, yeah, I think so, but I'd have certain properties and characteristics that might be different.
Okay, so then you wouldn't be you.
So I feel like everything I just said went in one ear and out the other.
No. Yes. No. I heard everything you said.
Okay. Can you just steel man what I said then so I know you understand it?
You're saying that the law of identity is very hard to parse out, especially with the given example of the teleportation, where you were to be teleported all of your atoms into one spot. Would that be you? Are you
what I'm saying it's difficult to determine what identity is, right? And I said yes, that would still be me, because I think I'd still be having my conscious experience and enduring life, and I think therefore I am, but I probably had different characteristics due to circumstance, because again, I'm a compatibilist. I don't deny determinism.
Yeah, okay. So then you don't deny determinism, but you feel that within determinism there is somehow free will to be smuggled in.
Well, no, because by you using that type of language, it's also begging the question.
Good catch. Okay. I guess I can try another way. Um, would you say that there are only two situations that you can find yourself in? One that is thrust upon you, and one that you put yourself in.
I would have to think about that some more. I'm not sure.
Okay. Are you not that you're refusing the answer, but are you saying you're not able to answer right now because you need more time?
Well, I'd have to, like I said, I'd have to think about it because you're saying there are
Yeah.
two circumstances. Either you're thrust into the circumstance or you choose to be in the circumstance. Well, there might be some sort of compatibilistic mode where you both are thrusted and choose. That might be an option as well. Like I said, I have to think about it some more.
Okay. I guess for the sake of the stream, you thinking about it live is not very good.
Well, you can continue your train of thought. You could say if I choose A or choose B,
Okay.
this would happen.
Well,
Like you can go through it.
Well, the reason why that I'm asking that is because I feel that you giving me a definitive answer will nail down your position and not allow you to, for lack of a better phrase, shift the goalposts.
But again, so are you asking me if I'm one or the other?
No, I'm asking, could you find yourself in any other situation besides one that was thrust upon you or one that you chose?
Thrust. Well, for the sake of conversation, I will say that seems to be a true dichotomy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what makes a situation that was thrust upon you, or sorry, what makes a situation that you chose different from the one that was thrust upon you?
Well, let's say I wanted to go outside. I made the decision to get up and go outside versus I didn't want to go outside and my wife picked me up and threw me out the window.
Okay. Well, your wife being there will kind of lend the fact that you didn't have free will to get outside in that circumstance. But can you account for, and this is where I think the biology teacher was kind of almost hinting at, can you account for why you decided to go outside?
There may be a whole plethora of factors. I do think there are some deterministic things. Sure. I'm compatibilistic. Like I don't deny determinism.
Okay. And then what I'm trying to get at is that you may say that like, oh, I wanted to go outside because it was nice. Well, why was it nice? That was beyond your control already. But what
that is what you would expect to see as a compatibilist. You would expect to see something outside of my control influencing things that are inside of my control.
No. What I'm saying is that all things are outside of your control. Your decision.
I know that's what we're debating.
Yeah, but I know. But what I'm saying is that your decision to stop on a given reason or a given goal or outcome you want, you can't account for that. That's what I'm saying.
I don't understand that sentence.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was kind of word salad. So what I mean is that let's say you wanted to go to the bookstore, and then I could ask, why did you want to go to the bookstore? And then you said, well, because I wanted to read some books. I'm like, well, what made you want to read books? And you're like, well, my mom used to read to me when I was a child, and it was always a great time. Okay, so that again,
that's what you would expect to see under a compatibilistic worldview.
Yeah, but what you're calling compatibilism can always be reduced to
no, because I could have made the decision. So it could also be true. Why didn't you go read books? Well, my mother used to go read to me when I was younger, and I got sick of listening to books, so I just didn't want to do it anymore. So I didn't go read books. You could also take the same circumstance and say, well, why do you go read books? It's because my mother used to read books to me, and I still love it, and I still want to go read books. So I'm going to go read books. You could take the same equation and get different results, and that's why I see the problem with the deterministic worldview.
I think we're arguing the same thing. It's just that you're reclassifying like the string of events that led you up.
No, I'm not arguing the same thing because I think there is the aspect of you negotiating with the deterministic events.
Yeah, but you're negotiating with situations or aspects you don't have control over.
You're presupposing that the negotiation in itself is determined.
No. I reason myself to that conclusion.
Well, then you're a compatibilist. You're not a determinist, which means you hold the free will.
Yeah, but either I'm failing to understand or you're not articulating how you're saying something different than me besides just labeling it compatible?
Because there's an equation, right? A plus B equals C in this scenario. So A is mother used to read books to me, plus B, right, is I made a decision equals C, and the C can be different here. It could be I chose not to read, or sorry, wait, I'm getting messed up. I think you get the idea here. The equation is my mother read books to me. The conclusion that happened is I chose to read books or I chose not to read books because of that, right? Now we have the same deterministic factors that are happening in there, but what's happening is the negotiation between the events that happen around me. So I'm negotiating with those events and making a decision on what I want to do.
Yes, I understand that. And I'm not saying choice is not available in
Well,
my
choice is available. We have free will.
No.
Yes, that is what free will is by definition.
Well, yeah, we have to define what free will. Free will to me was the ability to choose without any external pressure or, like, I guess any external pressure.
Yeah, I don't hold to that view. That'd be like a purest form of free will, right? And if that was the case, then I should be able to just fly because I want to fly, but I can't do that because of the external pressure and limitations on my body.
You could want to fly, but you wouldn't be able to fly due to
right. So there's an
like,
external
the law of
pressure that's
gravity.
preventing me from flying.
Yeah.
Right.
So
but I still have the ability to choose, which is free will.
So you're labeling free will as the ability to choose, whereas I'm saying your ability to choose is always predicated on other things that you did not get to choose. But somehow the accumulation of these non-choices.
Yeah, that's a compatibilistic point of view. Again, I'm a compatibilist for this 20th time. I believe there are deterministic factors in this world, and it's how we negotiate with those deterministic factors that give us our free will.
Okay, I believe like we're getting at like I guess like the end of the conversation, at least in this aspect, because you're saying that based on all of these leading up events of like not having any choice, you're able to then make a choice, which is that is the free will aspect.
Yeah, so my ability to make decisions is what free will is, right? Yeah. So the old idiom, I don't even know if it's an idiom. I don't know what the word is, but anyways, this old story, I guess, parable. There was a father who was an alcoholic, had twin boys. Twin boys grew up. One grew up to be an alcoholic. One grew up to be sober. And you ask them both, what is the reason that you are the way you are? The alcoholic says, I'm an alcoholic because my father was an alcoholic. The one who grew up sober says, I'm sober because my father was an alcoholic. Right? We have these two persons who are identical, had the same deterministic factors, but because of their own choice, they ended up choosing different circumstances.
Yeah, but you wouldn't argue that twins are exactly the same person, even though they are genetically identical.
Of course, they're not exactly the same person, but it still kind of holds, right? There's the same deterministic things that go through, and you have different conclusions. And I think you could do the same thing with like if you cloned me, right? If you cloned me and raised me exactly the same, I think due to choice, we would make different decisions in our life.
But if you're the okay. All right. I think we're going to go around in circles on I guess that line of questioning. My last hypothetical is if you were to rewind time to the beginning of this conversation, do you think you could have made a different choice in the way our conversation went?
Yes.
How is that possible?
How is it not possible?
I would say that it's not possible because if you were to rewind everything to the exact moment where the brain structure, the chemical balance or imbalance.
Well, that's begging the question again.
No, it's not because
you're assuming that all the same deterministic things happen, and therefore all the same outcomes would happen. So therefore, determinism is true.
That's what I actually mean when I say if you were to rewind it back to the exact moment we started the conversation, you would be exactly who you are now, and you wouldn't be able to make any other decisions.
Yeah, it's begging the question.
Okay, how is that begging the question?
Because you're giving an analogy where you want the answer to be determinism. My answer is I think it could be differently. You're saying it can't be. And if you're saying it can't be, why ask you why? And you're saying because determinism is true.
Well, would you not agree rewinding something to the exact moment before would give you the exact moment from before?
Yeah, I'd be in that exact moment, but that does not necessarily follow that I would negotiate with those moments the same way.
Then you wouldn't be in the exact moment.
Well, no, the moments after that would be different. Yes.
Sorry, could you explain how you could answer differently or react differently to what I said in this exact moment if we were to rewind it?
I'm not sure the methodology in which one would happen, right? But I'm saying because I believe in free will, I can negotiate with the circumstance and I could choose differently. That doesn't necessarily mean I would choose differently, right? Would and can are two different things. You're saying that I couldn't. And by saying I couldn't begs the question that determinism is true.
Well, now you're kind of arguing like what is that? Where you said before P but not P or something? I can't remember if you said that.
Like, I got lost. I started using a specific inference rule for the equation I was giving, but it wasn't that same inference rule. But yeah, you could still give an equation. Yeah.
Yeah, the law of non-contradiction, P but not P. So how could you say that it's the exact moment but not have the exact outcome? That's P but not P.
That's not a contradiction because the exact moment and outcome are two different things. If I travel back to that exact moment, there would be the exact same outcome in that moment, but I didn't give any time to actually make any decisions.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure where we're getting stuck on the fact that you're
not
able
stuck.
to. Well, I'm stuck on your.
Right, you're saying because so I think I probably will make the same decisions, but that doesn't necessarily mean I have to. Right, will and have to are two different things.
But how can you say will and have to, and then believe in determinism, but still leave room for compatibilism? Why wouldn't determinism overrule this hypothetical of rewinding to the exact moment?
Because again, it seems innately true that we have free will. It's axiomatic.
But why isn't reason and logic something that is innate? Why isn't the
reason and logic is something that is innate?
Yes, and I'm trying to prove to you, or at least articulate to you, that I innately believe that cause and effect.
You don't innately believe it. You did not.
Why?
You were not born and grew up just naturally, instinctively believing in cause and effect as a circumstance.
Well, you can't say that without me having the language to, I guess, articulate that. But that can be
the reason I can say that is I guarantee you, if a kid stole your ball when you were another kid, you got upset and complained about it.
Yes, yeah. Like, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that the vocabulary to articulate, hey, cause and effect, is the same vocabulary.
It doesn't matter the vocabulary. You sought out justice. You wanted something that was just.
Or I just wanted my ball back. There was probably
and also if a kid hit you, right, you would have sought out justice, right? You would have gone to a parent, pointed, oh, he hit me, it's not fair, and then you would want some resolution, and the parent would probably make the child apologize, and then you would have had a circumstance where you're like, okay, it's okay, and you became friends again. You did all this thing. You sought out justice. You didn't instinctively go. He hit me, right? But I don't blame him.
Okay, so you're saying that because of my emotion, my initial or my emotional reaction to being hit as a kid, and I'm able to have that visceral anger towards him, is more. It's more founded in being true, since I was able to express that more than I was to say, hey, if someone else.
I'm not talking about expression. I'm saying you didn't believe that.
Yeah, but
no one believes that innately, right? For anybody to even come to any sort of conclusion that determinism might be true, you have to walk through some sort of evidential claims. And the evidential claims makes logical leaps. What I'm saying is that it seems axiomatic, evidently true, or sorry, just axiomatic. It just seems intuitively true that we have free will.
Yeah, but your
And I haven't been given,
wrong.
intuitions, individual intuitions can be wrong, yes, but collective intuitions, right? If it's the case that everybody's collective intuition is wrong, then we have other problems. Then you can't trust any sort of rationality. And now we've gone full circle to the very back of the beginning of the conversation.
And that was inevitable.
Again, begging the question.
Okay, so let's say that I was hosting a call-in debate show, and I said, determinism is real, prove me wrong, win a hamburger.
Mm-hmm.
Then you called in, and you're like, actually, compatibilism. And then I would say to you, that's just begging the question. How would you respond?
Yeah, I didn't make that kind of argument.
No, I'm
Because
saying,
when you're
did.
saying everything is determined to happen, and we're arguing determinism, that's begging the question. That's the definition of begging the question, right?
I'm not.
If my argument for determinism was, well, yeah, because free will is true, that would be begging the question.
I'm not arguing that determinism is true in the sense that, like, it's just because I'm saying logically.
If you're giving an argument where the argument in itself presupposes determinism for that argument to be true, then that's begging the question.
Okay, so then what is the difference between finding an argument where someone could say that it's a trap, quote unquote?
So I could say that an argument for determinism is that what we see evidentially throughout history is that if I have a cause, there is an effect, right? A causes B, right? We don't seem to see any sort of evidence. Like, I'm just going to give your argument for you to show you how to do it without begging the question. If I don't see any sort of evidential claims towards free will, then I'd have a reason to reject free will because I haven't been given any claims for it. But I could say, because I see cause and effect, it seems logically sound to conclude that all things are by cause and effect. So therefore, we must say the synaptics are firing by cause and effect, and we can go back ad infinitum, and eventually we would just have to conclude the best conclusion that we have that has the most explanatory power is determinism.
Okay. So
what point there did I beg the question?
You didn't, but
right.
I guess in my head I was presupposing, whereas that argument should have been in place before. But the reason why I came at you with the three hypotheticals is because most people actually don't engage on that in that level.
Mm-hmm.
And usually they try to stick to something that's more that's more applicable to them, which is why I gave them, would you be you if your parents and stuff like that, or what kind of situation do you find yourself in, and the whole time travel type thing. That's why I gave those three examples.
Yeah, but one of those examples was a fair example, but the other example, like the time travel thing, was presupposing determinism.
Okay, and the one example that I gave you, or a hypothetical that I gave you, is the one that you still need time to talk or to think over.
No, the law of identity one wasn't one I need to think over. I'm just saying you're asking me to answer the question that hasn't even been solved by the greatest philosophers of what is considered identical to you.
No, I was speaking of the one where you have two situations that you find yourself in, and only those two.
Yeah, I answered that one.
I don't believe you did. I
granted it was a true dichotomy, and then I answered it.
I'm sorry. Could you quickly summarize your answer?
I don't think so, because that'd be like the fourth full circle we went in.
Fair enough.
All right, man. Do you have any other points?
No, not really. Unless the only way I would have any other points would be if you were essentially trying to argue your compatibilist point of view.
All right. Well, God bless. Appreciate your time.
Same to you. Thanks.
Peace. How'd that conversation go?
Oh, fine.
Okay.
I'll tell you after.
Okay. But we're good for Monday then?
Yep.
Awesome. Now, hopefully the other place is open this weekend. Or I can end the call early and give him a call. Well, no, we'll end at 4.
It's not a rush.
Oh, yeah, I guess we can do it Monday as well. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Sam. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, awesome. All right, how old are you? All right, let me bring you in. All right, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
Okay. Well, first, I really like this kind of conversations, and thanks for having me here.
No problem.
So my first argument is, so if it's not right, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry. Okay, so to be Muslim,
I'm not that handsome.
Okay, so well, if someone is let's say I remember hearing you talking with other people about there's no good reason to be a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be a Muslim that just is a Muslim because the people around him believe that, right?
Okay, and so if I go up and ask that person, why are you a Muslim? What are they going to say?
They're gonna say, oh, because my dad told me, my mom told me, because I've been following this my whole life. They might.
And so then, would I then be inclined to believe that Islam is true?
No.
Okay, so then it's a bad reason to believe Islam is true, right?
Yeah, that's
Awesome.
right. That's totally right. Yeah, I agree with that. That you shouldn't believe in something just because people around you believe in that. You should question it and go after the reasons why you should believe in it, and they should make sense to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now let's say you talk to another Muslim, and this Muslim, he actually made his research, right? He actually went after the information, and now he actually believes in it because for him it makes sense to be a Muslim, right? Okay, and he might go as far as to say, I saw God, the Prophet talk to me, and he told me this is the right thing to do and the right thing to follow. He can be 100% sure there has to be some kind of faith included in there, right?
So what is his argument?
So his argument is, I went after the information and I found.
But what's the information they found?
Well, the scriptures mainly, probably. So that's like the basis for a lot of.
Okay, so you're giving me a hypothetical that they found evidence, but you can't give me what the evidence is, and so why would I think that's a good reason to believe it?
Oh no, that's not. I didn't finish my point yet.
Sure.
I'm not saying that that's the good reason to believe in it. It's just their belief, right? That's what they found. That's what they believe. Then there's some emotional bias behind it.
Right,
well.
but you are giving me that argument. You're saying they went and found evidence, but you can't tell me what the evidence is, so I can't tell you if it's a solid or valid reason to believe it.
Yeah, exactly. There has to be some kind of faith behind it, right? Like there has to be
What I'm saying is, I can't tell you it's a sound argument or not a sound argument because you're not telling me what the argument is. You're just saying somebody came to the conclusion based off things they found.
Yeah.
What did they find?
And I didn't finish my argument yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I don't know exactly what they found. I don't know. But let's change the perspective, right? Let's say you're a Christian, and you went after
Christian.
What?
I am a Christian.
Oh, you are a Christian? Okay, sorry. So you are a Christian. But let's say you go to a Christian, doesn't have to be you, but let's say you do whatever fits for you. So you go to a Christian and you go to him and be like, and ask, well, why you believe in Christ? Why you're you a Christian? And he's gonna go and say, oh, I read the Bible, I have this beliefs.
That'd be a bad reason.
I went after the information and I researched it.
And so again, that'd be a bad reason. So just saying they went after information and they found information is not an argument, man. That's like, you got to actually give me the actual argument, right? You're giving me a hypothetical that they found a good reason. Okay, well, if they found a good reason, then it'd be a good reason, but you got to tell me what the good reason is.
Okay, so what do you think is a good reason to be a Christian?
So evidence is something that raises the probability of something being true. I think that you need enough bits of evidence to say that the best explanation is the hypothesis that you hold forward. So I think there's enough evidence to say the best explanation is Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead. That's my case for Christianity. I don't want to go into all the details right now because it's not the topic, but that is a reason I'd say to be a Christian.
Okay. and you believe that you have evidence for that's a fact.
Yes.
And because of that, your religion is the true religion, or you have a good reason to follow it. But what if the Muslim have the same argument? Because all religions do have that
What if they
argument.
do? Then if they do, then they have a valid reason. But do they?
I don't know. I'm not a Muslim. I don't know if they do
Okay.
have my point is that every
Right.
religion claims to have
So if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle, right?
No, she wouldn't. What is your point?
What I'm saying is you could just posit what ifs forever, but that's not going to move the argument forward. Like, what if they had good what if they had good evidence to believe in Islam? Well, then yes, they would have good evidence to believe in Islam. What is the good evidence?
Well, I don't know what the good evidence is. I'm not a Muslim, like I said, but if you say that God resurrected, people have arguments against that as well. And I've seen those arguments.
I'm sure people have arguments against it, and we on a different day when I defend Christianity, I go into those arguments and I have those conversations with people.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time, it's just, well, it didn't happen because I don't believe in miracles. That's the best argument that I've ever heard against Christianity.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I mean, I believe that there are people that could have a good argument against it, but like you wouldn't stop believing in your religion because of that, right?
Why, if somebody gave me a really good, solid, logical argument that I couldn't over time figure out a way to conclude that, it's false, then yeah, I would probably stop believing in Christianity. Right. There have been times people have brought arguments to me where in the moment I was caught and I didn't know how to answer it. But then through study and research, I came to conclusions. I'm like, oh yeah, this solves that problem. And so then I walked forward in my faith. But if somebody brought forth a problem that I could not solve, and no matter what I did, it just seemed logically sound, then yeah, I would have to leave my faith.
I see. I understand. I think if you believe that God resurrected and that he's alive and that he's in heaven, and that's your belief, and there has to be some faith behind that as well, right? You can't know for a fact that that's what is happening.
Again, it's the thing that has the best explanation. It's a hypothesis with the most explanatory power considering all the data. With like anything, literally anything. Because at some point you can always say something is just on faith. Why does gravity work? Well, because mass pulls mass towards itself. That is the best hypothesis with the most explanatory power. But it could be that little tiny invisible pixies like to push things together.
Mm-hmm.
That's a possible. So I have to take a little bit of faith that it's not pixies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, but my point is that there is a part of it that you can't actually prove that should be true 100%.
Literally everything in the world cannot be proven 100%. So everything at all that's ever been considered has to have a little bit of faith if you're going to use that argument.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Right.
So this doesn't move us forward then. This keeps us in the same spot. We're just running in place, bro.
Okay. So, well, my point is that a Muslim is he cannot prove 100% that.
Can you give me an argument for Islam or no?
So can I finish?
No. Can you give me an argument for Islam or no?
Well, like I said, I'm not. My point is.
Okay, can you give me an argument for atheism then?
An argument for atheism? Well, I don't. I think it's really unlikely that we came from nothing, and there's nothing behind anything.
Okay, so you don't have an argument against the topics I'm at here today. So what are we talking about?
Well, my point is that you're saying that there's no good reason to be a Muslim, but if his religious beliefs that maybe he has.
Okay, I'm gonna move on, bro. But I appreciate your time. God bless.
Okay.
I also really got to use the washroom. And he just was not landing a plane.
Have you? Okay. What a guy. I guess I'm supposed to talk to you guys. I'm just been distracted. But you guys are also not really saying anything. It's got to be a mutual back and forth. You just got your suit for your wedding. That's exciting. When's the big day? I do enjoy Harry Potter. I enjoyed but I didn't get into that until I was like 16 because my parents were not pro Harry Potter until like later when they realized it wasn't, you know, the heathen stuff. But not like I was not, because I was older, I was not deep into like the band. I don't. Do you play Fallout?
Yeah.
Which one?
Never ending peak. I played 3 and 4.
3 and 4. There you go. He also watched the first season.
I didn't.
Have you read Super Chats in a while?
No, I was just about to do that.
Okay.
Now I don't want to because you asked me to. So now I don't want to do it. I was going to do it on my own. I didn't need you to ask me.
Jonathan, we can't see the queue either. So unfortunately, we can't tell you where you are.
And I want it that
Big
way.
secret.
That way it's fair. Whoever comes up, it's first come, first serve. First come, first serve. That's just how it is. Let's do some super chats. Christ's Life came in with $5. Says, I was legit watching another John live stream, not knowing he was live. Are you talking about John Geary? Was that the other John?
Another John live stream. Like an old.
Oh, my bad. Also came in with $2. Also, when Burt merch today or tomorrow, I forgot. Merchandise is not in the foreseeable future. The margins on merchandise, unless you're huge, are astronomically low, and you end up really just losing money. Brady came in with $9.99. I'll sponsor a fight camp for John, but only if he grows out his beard he had in his debut. I don't think you understand how much a fight camp costs. You would have to pay for my medical expenses. Also, you would have to pay for my training and my not working. So like you pretty much be paying all my bills for 8 weeks as I do a fight camp. This is one of the reasons I don't plan on taking another fight, is I just do not see how I can manage a fight camp plus my life. And so I'm probably going to go out on a 0-1 loss, and that's going to be my legacy in the MMA world. Absolute One came in $2. Says, I want to argue to the woman, not you.
No, thanks.
You're not arguing with my wife. That's my job. Santos came in $4.99. Says, the good thing about being an atheist or Muslim is that you can get converted to Christianity and know the Lord Jesus Christ. I win based. TY, the fly guy, came in $2. Says, there's logic behind emotions. What is this guy on? Don't know. Lewis came in $5. Says, God bless you, my brother and my sister, and everyone here. The word of God will persist forever and will be shared in every way possible. Glory to God. Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you so much. And the fly guy came in $5. Says, was this the guy determined to call the debate determinism? Yeah, I think determinism has its flaws. It's got arguments for it. I think the compatibilist view is the best viewpoint. Abby, you were going to say something?
Timothy says, John, check out Printful or other services like that for merch.
Yeah, I've done that. We did that before. It still creates problems because we had people order through them, and then all of a sudden Printful wasn't sending out the t-shirts, and then it took like a month, and then when I finally sent it, it wasn't the same type of t-shirt. And again, it's just more work.
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, it's more work than it's worth. And like I think we sold probably about 25 t-shirts or something like that, and I made like $5. Like it's just
one day if we're big enough, we'll hire somebody to handle merchandise.
Yeah, it's just not worth it at this point. Right now, we're going to stick to begging for money online.
Showing Bert pics.
Please, sir. Please, can I get some more super chats? I'll debate for super chats. Please, sir. Please, Governor. I'll debate for super chats. All right, let's bring in a guest. Actually, if the internet ever goes down, you're going to catch me outside on the street with a sign that says, we'll debate you for money. on any topic. I should do a YouTube video on that. We'll debate any topic for $5 and see how many people come up and debate me. Godly Kev, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I can hear you. How old are you? How old are you? All right, bro, let me bring you in. All right, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco. Go ahead.
So I personally am somebody who believes in God, and I'm often somebody who teaches other people to try to learn about the Bible mostly, and Christendom. But one of the main things is, how do I say it? It's all a faith. It's all a faith system. So it's you give God the power yourself. Pretty much, you're the one in control of how much God you believe in. You know. So
you're saying you don't have any good reason to be Muslim or atheist?
No, the reason for atheist is because atheism. The only good reason is because, for example, oh man, you caught me at a bad time. I was online for the longest time. I know I did. I called you, but it was for the longest time, and I went out to lunch. I hate that I did this to you, buddy. Let me get back to you, okay? I'm so sorry. So sorry. You just I heard your voice on my computer that was asleep. Sorry.
All right. God bless.
Be safe.
Yeah, no. You imagine just like, oh, hey, how's it going? Oh no, you called me. Oh, you caught me at a bad time.
I mean, fair with the cue.
Yeah, I get it.
But that was funny.
That was funny.
You called me. It's always John's fault.
It is. Ind ex-Muslim. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Ooh.
How old are you? Okay, well, let me bring you in. All right, man. No good reason to be Muslim. No good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
And no good reason to be Christian as well, bro.
Okay, so you concede there's no good reason to be Muslim or atheist?
I have a couple of arguments
Well,
to be
hold
able
on.
to
Do you concede that? Do you concede that point if you're just gonna say there's no good reason to be Christian as well?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely not, bro.
Okay, what's your argument then?
Okay, so let's go to Sahih Muslim, book number 5.
Let's go where?
Go to Sahih Muslim, hadith number 1007.
What?
I'm referring to a book, bro. It's a Sahih Muslim. Can you open that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm trying to present you a miracle in front of you, bro. A miracle of Prophet Muhammad. Not that one splitting of a moon or something like that, but a linguistic miracle. You will see.
Okay.
Like a
what is the criteria to determine whether or not something is a linguistic miracle?
You are trying to get me somewhere else, bro. But listen to this hadith.
No, you want to show me a linguistic miracle, and we can look at it. But I need to know the criteria to determine whether or not it's a miracle first.
I don't have a wording for a criteria, but I can give you an example. If a man says that
Okay. We'll go to it. What's the verse?
Sahih Muslim.
Just which chapter is Sahih Muslim again?
It's a Sahih Muslim, hadith number 1007.
Sorry, which chapter is Sahih Muslim again?
Which what?
Chapter. Yeah, which ayat?
It's hadith.
Which ayat is Sahih Muslim? Oh, it's
So
a
you
hadith.
don't know about? Yeah. You don't know about hadith?
Okay, Sahih Muslim. Yeah, I know about hadith. Yeah, Sahih Muslim what?
What do you know about hadith?
Sahih Muslim what?
Sahih Muslim 1007.
Thank you.
Hadith number 1007.
1007.
It's a miracle. You will going to witness.
Okay, it says.
Narrated by Aisha. Let me read it for you.
No, I'm gonna read it.
Narrated by Aisha.
No.
There are
I'm gonna read it because I can't understand what you're saying. Every one of the children of Adam has been created with 360 joints. So who declares the glory of Allah? Praise Allah, declares Allah to be one, glorifies Allah, and seeks forgiveness from Allah, and removes stone or thorn and born from people's path, and joins what is good and forbids from evil. To the number of those 360 joints will walk the day, having saved themselves from fire. Okay, where's the miracle?
So how does the Prophet know 1,400 years ago to had that? How
You
many
gotta
joints
slow
are
down,
there?
man. Your accent is way too thick. You gotta slow down.
Oh, sorry, because I'm still a student trying to learning vocal English. So how does the Prophet know that how many joint? Huh? You can fact check that. How does the Prophet know that how many joints are there in human body? Because like if you
I'm
take two
assuming the way anybody else figured it out by counting them.
how can they figure it out, bro? Because in 200 years ago, it was assumed that there are 340 joints. Science assumes that, but now we are discovered that there are extra 20 joints in our ears and head. So, do you get me? My point.
No. What was your point? Because again, I can't understand you.
Bruh. So, how does a man know in the middle of a desert that how many joints are there in the human body?
By counting them.
How on earth a man can count how on earth can a man count how many joints are there in a human body, bro? Can you explain it to me?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah, go on,
5,
go on.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and so on and so forth.
No, you can't do that because there are 20. There are 10.
I just looked it up. In the Lexicon Jew of the Spring Autumn Annals, arbiter to Dong Zongsu in the 2nd century found the statement, man has 360 joints, which match the number of heaven, the round number of days in year. This reflects a symbolic cosmological view linking human body to the structured universe. So this would be about 300 years before Muhammad. Also related ancient Chinese texts, likely the linguist Jing, 1st century, even describes variations saying humans have 365 joints, matching in days, traditionally solar calendar. So the first, then later traditions, about the 9th century, says 360 joints. And so so China did it first. So I guess the same way he figured it out is the same way Muhammad figured it out.
I'm not.
And that comes from History Stack Exchange. Oh, he left. I was waiting for him to talk and he left. Okay, we'll move on. Jonathan, great name. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? All right, man, give me 2 seconds and I'll bring you in. All right, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
Yeah, I'm 28. Wait. Okay. So first of all, I watched your stream first on yesterday, I think.
Okay.
And I'm from Germany, so it's maybe hard for me to get into something. Also, it's hard for me to debate in a second language, but I try my best.
Sure.
So I consider myself an agnologist.
A what?
Not atheist, but
agnostic.
Agnostic, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to argue on the first point. No good reason to be a Muslim. I think you believe I do not believe in God, but I believe in the faith, or I believe in the belief, in the might of the belief. And so I think when you are Muslim, you do have faith and you do have the belief, and yes, that gives you might. And some people need that, and that's for me a good reason to be, for example, Muslim. When you don't
Okay,
see
so
a
if I
sense,
walk up to them and I ask them why they're Muslim, what are they going to say?
for example, I was lost. I didn't see a sense in my life, and then I discovered Islam for me.
Okay, so would that be a good reason for me to believe Islam is true?
I think so, because
No, for me, not that person.
Also,
Me asking them, I asked them, why do you believe in Islam? And they say, I had no purpose in life. I found it in Islam. Would that be a good reason for me to be Muslim? Or believe it's true?
No.
Right. So then it's not a good reason to hold to it.
Yeah, but for them.
I don't care about for them. I care about what's logically sound and what brings to truth.
So it's then there's no good reason to be Islam.
Yeah.
So
if I walk up to them and the only reason they can tell me is because it makes my life better, I don't think that's a logical reason. Just like if I walked up to somebody and asked them why they think they're a unicorn running around the street with a unicorn horn glued to their forehead, and they say it makes me feel better, I wouldn't think that's a good reason for them to think they're a unicorn.
So you want a good reason for you to be Muslim? And
no, I want a good reason. That's not a good reason, right? Believing things because it makes you feel better is not a good reason to believe things.
If it gives you hope and power in a life where you don't have hope and power before, I think it's a good reason.
Like, okay, so again, if I get hope and power believing I'm a unicorn, do you think that's a good reason to believe I'm a unicorn?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. That can be a good reason, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Christians are the irrational ones, guys, just to be clear.
Yeah, but yeah, the arguments, when somebody gives you hope, I think
you know what? Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna live this out. I find more purpose and hope in life believing that 2 + 2 = 20, that I'm a unicorn, that you owe me a whole bunch of money, that men are superior, white people are superior than everybody else. It gives me a whole bunch of purpose and joy in life, and so therefore it's true, and it's a good reason for me to believe all those things. Hey, the KKK members, they find a lot of hope and purpose being part of the KKK.
Okay,
so
I see where you go, yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying that all religions, there's not a good reason for any religion besides Christianity for you.
It seems to be.
So that we're also not saying there's not a good reason to be Muslim, but not good reason to be Buddhist.
Well, I don't know about the totality of all religions. I haven't examined it all, but I haven't seen anything. But yes, I think that Christianity is the religion with the most explanatory power.
Okay. So you wrote, okay. So that's just your belief, I think.
It's not just my belief. I have reasons to believe that, but that's a different debate. The debate topic today isn't Christianity is true. Prove me wrong. I do that debate. The debate topic today is there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist, which seems to be what everybody is conceding is just true.
Yeah, I think what's giving you faith can be a good reason to believe in. And faith can be a very good thing.
Hold on, we're going full circle. You just conceded my point. You just said you saw my point and wanted to move on. Now you're going back full circle. So again, if it's just what makes me feel good and what gives me faith, then I'll join the KKK. Because that'll make me feel good. Because I get to be the white supremacist. I get to be better than everybody because of the color of my skin.
Okay. So what's your reason why Christianity is better than Islamic?
It's a different argument. It's just whataboutism.
Okay. Okay, then I cannot. I do not have read enough about Islamic to argument, especially not in my first language. Can argument more about that. So have a good day.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you
for the debate.
No problem. God bless. So far, the only arguments I've gotten today are makes me feel good. that's pretty much the crux of all the arguments. Makes me feel good. Let's bring up another guest. Benjamin, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Love the excitement.
I think he was here before.
Was he? Oh, well, welcome back.
With the cute kid.
How old were you again? All right, man, let me bring you in. All right, no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Go ahead.
Man. What are we doing on atheist here? Does that mean, could you just tell me what that means real quick?
The definition of atheism?
Yeah.
So I'm using the Stanford Encyclopedia's definition in philosophy, where it says, in philosophy, however, more specifically in the philosophy of religion, the term atheism is standard used to refer to the proposition that God does not exist, or more broadly to the proposition that there are no gods.
Okay. I would say right now that's like the position I am currently convinced is true. I'm not, married to it or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Does that still apply?
Well, if you're convinced, atheism is true, that there are no gods, that would apply, yes?
I mean that in the same way that I mean that I am currently not convinced there are any gods, or that I have not been convinced by any reasons that I've been given that they're gods.
Right. So then why don't you take agnosticism?
I don't know. It's definitional, I guess.
Well, but are you saying there is no gods, or are you just saying, well, you haven't seen any?
Asking for reasons to 100% proclaim there definitely are no gods?
Well, I'm just asking what your stance is, because agnosticism is stating, I don't know, right? Atheism, again, to the definition I read, is making the positive claim that there is no God.
I currently hold the conviction that there are no gods.
Okay.
I am not 100% confident in that, though.
Okay. What's your argument?
So I would go with agnostic atheist is probably how I would describe myself. Sorry, what did you just say?
And then what's your argument for atheism?
The reason I'm currently an atheist is because of the reasons that have been presented to me for why I should believe in a God. Upon investigation, I think they're better explained by natural models of physics and stuff.
Okay. But again, that's not an argument for atheism.
What would you consider to be an argument for atheism?
I don't think there is one. That's what I'm saying. Is because so far all I hear for atheism is that atheism is the.
Do you think there's not a good one, or do you think there is logically not possibly one?
Well, I think possibly it could be, but I don't think I've ever heard a good argument for atheism. It seems to be all arguments for atheism are arguments against specific types of theism, and it's assuming that atheism is the default.
Okay. Earlier you brought up an example about gravity and pixies.
Mm-hmm.
And you said it's possible that it is pixies that are pushing things down towards the earth.
Mm-hmm.
I think that currently there is no evidence, there's no model, there's been no observations that suggest that we need a special creature to be performing this action. So by that light, I don't believe there are pixies. I'm open to the possibility that there are pixies, but I'm currently convinced.
Yeah, the thing is, I have something that has the most explanatory power with time and space, right? Using the mathematics there, the mass pulls towards math as it sits in the fabric of time and space. Also, therefore, considering the data, that has the most explanatory power. So I have no reason to hold to any sort of pixie.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I agree. And that's the same way I feel about gods. I think that.
Okay. So then give me the data that has the most explanatory power that says naturalism is true.
I think that scientific models best explain the reality that we live in.
Scientific models is best explaining scientific processes. Yeah, sure. But the scientific model doesn't explain all truth claims.
Could you give me an example of something that you think is not explained? I mean, there are many things that are not covered by science, but
Yeah,
one
history.
that warrants a God.
Well, now you're asking me to argue for God, and if you're unconvinced by that, you're just going to default to atheism. But you got to give me an argument why naturalism is the best explanation.
I mean, okay, that's just how the current investigations into the history of the Earth show natural processes that have happened over eons, and I don't know. We can, like, from our current standpoint.
Yeah, that just proves naturalistic things exist. And then you'd also have to give a distinguishing factor why God isn't natural as well.
Okay, I mean, so tell me what God is then.
Or God is just a being with the great making properties.
With great making properties?
Yeah. So it'd be the highest form of power.
Wait, can humans be that?
No.
Can we make great?
No, we don't have the maximal great making properties.
I mean, if there is no God, then we do, right? I mean, there's nothing else greater than us to make.
No, I don't think that also logically follows.
If we can make things.
No, I'm not talking about making things. I'm great making properties. So like this being was maximal. So whatever maximal might be, it is the highest form of that. And it would also have a mind.
I don't know what that means. Sorry.
So I'd say all powerful, for example, but all power doesn't always necessitate that it can do everything logically conceivable. It could just be within the realms of power. It can operate in it. And it would also have a mind. This would be the form of God.
Oh, it has a mind. I mean, I think that the universe itself is the thing that technically is all powerful, right? Whatever the full encompassing thing is of all of existence.
Sure, but that's not an argument.
Well, the distinguishing factor between us then, I guess, is you think it's a mind.
Yeah, I think the best explanation is it has to be a mind because of contingency.
How so?
Because there are contingent things. Contingent things require an explanation. We cannot have a totality of contingent things. The totality of contingent things has to be explained. So therefore, we need some sort of necessary thing. This necessary thing couldn't arbitrarily ad hoc create things because then we would see chaotic aspects. So there has to be some sort of limiters. If those limiters are just simply ad hoc, this denies science in itself, the principle of sufficient reason. So therefore, this thing should have a mind. That way, that's what we would see for the totality of contingent things plus the uniformity of it.
Maybe you and I have different definitions of minds, and I'm fine to grant most of that there's some seed from which everything else blossoms, but I don't see why it has to have a mind.
Yeah, so it has to have a mind. If it has to have a mind, so this thing would have to be more powerful than all things that come from it because you cannot create or destroy power, correct?
If you're talking about physical energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Right. So this necessary thing has to be
the backdrop on which physics is playing out.
Yeah. So this necessary thing has to be more powerful than the totality of the universe, correct?
No, it can be the totality of the universe.
So can the universe be different?
I don't know.
Could you imagine a universe that has one more planet?
I can imagine that.
Okay, so then it can be different, right?
No, that's just an instantiation of my own
that's the logical conclusion. If you can logically think of it, then it can be different.
No, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, that is actually breaking my brain.
So if you can think of it, you can hey, is my shirt blue?
Seems that way.
Is it logically possible it could be green?
Yes. Okay,
so then it can be different.
Can God be different?
Okay, don't run.
What?
You're running to a whole different point. I haven't even given you the explanation of why I'm talking about why this is different. You're jumping to a whole other point.
Okay,
right?
I understand. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Okay, so it can be different. It's logically possible. So therefore, it has to have some sort of reason why it's blue.
No, okay. If it is blue, it cannot logically be anything else. From my limited perspective of awareness.
So what is the logical contradiction
for me to be incorrect about the color of your shirt?
What is the logical contradiction that says that it cannot be any other color?
If something is something, it can't be anything else.
What is the logical contradiction?
you're saying that your shirt has the property of being blue,
Yes.
then it can't also have the property of being green. I mean,
Correct.
as long as we're talking about it having a real property.
I'm talking about logically, could it have been a different color?
Oh, pardon me a second. What's up, son?
Can you open it? I made this one, and I need you to open it.
Do you want me to tear the page out for you?
This place.
Sure.
I'm not open. I'm not open.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm ready to
Okie dokie.
Okay, why is my we'll try it different.
Yeah,
Why
wait,
is my
wait,
why is
can
my
we-
shirt blue?
Can we recenter on why this is important?
I'll explain why it's part. Why is my shirt blue?
Okay, go ahead. Why is your shirt blue?
Mhm.
I'm experiencing your shirt as being blue because there are light waves that are
No,
hitting
no.
my
What
corneas.
made it blue?
The dye.
Okay,
The light.
blue dye. Is it logically possible we could have dyed it a different color?
You mean in the past?
Yes.
Or that I could be wrong? Yes,
No, in the past.
If you're talking, it depends on if you're talking about time as a fixed
This is not
thing or
as deep as you're trying to make it. right?
I'm sorry.
You're trying to make it way deeper than it is. When they dyed my shirt, could they have
Yes.
chose a different color?
I mean, are we if we're not talking about determinism here, then sure, they could have chosen a different color, and it would have been
Even if
became something
it's deterministic, even if we go all the way back to the very beginning, the start of the universe, where the first explosion happened, could it have exploded in a different way?
Well, we don't know, do we?
I don't know how to move forward in this conversation because you're denying like just basic principles of logic.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do that. Can you tell me what we're even talking about right now?
Just logical consistencies, not metaphysical consistencies. You're arguing for like a metaphysical possibility, right? Saying metaphysically, it could have been the fact that it had to always be blue, but logically, conceivably in our mind, it could have happened a different way, right? There's no reason logically in the realms of just contradictions
Sure,
and things like
sure.
that. It could have been any different. Okay.
Let's go with that.
All right. So therefore, it requires an explanation for why it is the way it is.
Okay.
Okay. Everything, the totality of things that require an explanation for the way it is, need an explanation. You can't give another thing that requires an explanation because then you still have the problem of the totality of things that require an explanation. So therefore, you need a necessary thing, a thing that doesn't
I
require an explanation.
Something that just exists. A brute
Something
fact.
that just a brute fact. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I wouldn't say brute fact, but I'd say just this necessary thing. So
Okay.
this necessary thing, right, based off of the laws of the universe, would have to create everything that exists in the universe, would have to be more powerful than it. This necessary thing, if it did not have a mind, you would not expect to see uniformity within our universe. You would expect to see chaos, but we see uniformity. So therefore, the best conclusion is that it has a mind.
I hear your argument. Where I am failing to understand. So I have a particular way that I understand what a mind is, and I don't see where. So to me, a mind is something that exists on a substrate. So I don't. You can't have a mind be the brute fact or the prime thing. And I don't know, even if you wanted to say there was some prime existence, some super nature, where then the mind could exist in a substrate, and then from there it created everything.
What do you mean by substrate?
Let's go with the contingent reality.
Huh?
By your definition, a contingent reality?
I still don't know
contingent
what you're
fact?
trying to say. What do you mean the mind is a substrate?
The mind is a pattern that plays out on a substrate.
What is a substrate?
Okay. If you have a computer, two different computers are like different strata that a program can run on. But
Okay,
you can
so
have a
you're
common
presupposing
operating
naturalism.
Am I?
Yes.
I don't know. As far as I can describe a mind, it is in naturalistic terms. It is a recursive pattern of awareness of experience that persists across time.
Yeah, I'd say simply a mind is I think, therefore I am.
To be aware of your own experience that has to persist over time. It doesn't happen in the same instant.
No,
you
it
can't be
doesn't.
aware of the same thoughts that you're having until you've had them.
That's presupposing, right, a cause and effect in there. So again, if this being is necessary, it exists in a singular moment, and all of it'd be aware of all of its thoughts simultaneously. So again, you've kind of pigeonholed me all into the spot where I'm now defending Christianity. Well, I've given you an explanation. I've given an explanation for God. Can you give me an explanation for atheism?
Wait, what was your explanation for a God?
I'm not doing it again.
Okay. I understand that you think that there's some prime thing and it has to be a mind, right? That's what you're saying? That's why you're saying there is a God? Is it possible that this thing
it's the best explanation. Sorry. It's the best hypothesis with the most explanatory power. Do you have a better hypothesis with better explanatory power for
Sure. I think that the prime thing is a very dumb rule book of sorts. It is a
that's not an argument for atheism. That's an argument against my argument. What is your argument for atheism?
I think I can only argue for
then why is atheism the default?
Wait. I'm saying I can only argue that there are no gods by arguing against any gods that are supposed to me, right?
Your argument was, I think it's dumb.
No, I didn't say that. I don't think it's dumb. Oh, sorry, just a second. What's up?
I think you actually said the word dumb.
Oh, in about 5 minutes, I think. Okay. Oh. Do you think you can color with it until then? You can take that as well. Sorry, no, I didn't. I definitely never said I thought belief in God was dumb.
No, the argument that I gave.
The argument that you gave that there has to be this prime thing that is a mind. Well, sorry, if I said that, I didn't mean to say that.
I don't mind if you do. I'm just saying that's not an argument.
Yeah, I'm saying that you don't think something is true just because you think it's dumb. Incredulity is not an argument. I understand. I think that it is unnecessarily complicated. I don't think you need a mind. As far as I understand,
it's not. It's actually simpler. Because if you try to take a naturalistic point of view, you create unnecessary complications. And using Occam's razor, the simpler explanation that has the most explanatory power is most likely to be true. Right? If I take some sort of brute fact for the beginning of the universe that doesn't have a mind, then I have to include some sort of ad hoc arbitrary limits to account for the uniformity of the universe. And that's adding an unnecessary thing.
I don't think so. Let's take your idea of the prime thing that instantiates the universe, and to me, it's take out the concept of mind with it. It's something that
take out the concept of mind, and then you need some sort of ad hoc arbitrary limiters that account for the uniformity of the universe.
It's just the way it is, right?
Which is ad hoc and arbitrary.
Wait. You're just wrapping up the rule book of the universe, the physics or whatever is.
No, I'm not wrapping up the rule book of the universe. I'm using the principle of sufficient reason. Principle of sufficient reason says that things that are require an explanation. So you're simply saying we have this brute fact, right? Sure. That has our brute fact arbitrary limiters. That denies the principle of sufficient reason, because you have to ask yourself, why are those arbitrary limiters set to give the uniformity of this specific universe rather than a different set of universes?
I don't know if it does also instantiate other universes with other properties. I have no access to that.
Well, no, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. The universe cannot be another way if these brute facts exist. That's fine. But logically, you have to ask yourself why it's set to these parameters rather than different parameters.
Okay, sure. I can ask myself that.
Okay, so what is the reason they are set to these parameters rather than different parameters?
Where I am, I exist within a gradient. And hi, sweetheart. The gradient that I exist within, I exist within a point, a slice of a gradient. And the things that are this way in the gradient are this way. And there are other areas along the gradient which are different.
I don't feel like you're answering my question.
Okay.
So why is it set to these certain parameters rather than different parameters?
Why is where I am the way it is?
No, the necessary being, when it substantiates the universe, why does it have these arbitrary parameters that create this certain specific universe?
Sure. I think that my answer is probably the same as yours. Maybe you disagree, but I think it just is that way. There is
That's
no
not
reason.
my answer.
It just exists. Okay.
That's not my answer. And even if that was the case, that it just is that way, you have to ask the question, why is it that way rather than another way?
No. It's the end. It is that way. That is how it is.
Right. So then, therefore, you're incorporating ad hoc and arbitrary things, and therefore your explanation is more complex than mine.
Hey, ad hoc is me trying to explain after the fact, right?
No, ad hoc is that you're just incorporating things without reason.
Okay. Can you tell me why God is the way that he is, or they are?
Because we require a necessary thing for the universe.
No, not we. Why is God that way? Why does God have the properties it has? They have.
God
Whatever
doesn't
way that you
have
believe that it
limited.
is.
God doesn't have limiting properties. There are no ad hoc limiters.
God
That's
has no
my
limitations.
point. That's my point, is there are no ad hoc arbitrary limiters. You're introducing ad hoc arbitrary limiters. What I'm saying is the reason we have uniformity in the universe is because God has a mind.
Well, could God, with his mind, want to have a universe that is chaotic instead of ordered, as you call it?
Yes.
Why doesn't he?
He doesn't want to.
Why not? Why is he that way?
So you're asking for the mechanisms in which his mind works. I'm not sure about the mechanisms, but there is no ad hoc or arbitrary limits.
Well, you are supposing that it is this way when you don't have a reason to believe that the prime thing is that way, except that you experience the world to be this way.
No.
That's post.
How the hell did you come to the conclusion that's what I was saying?
Why do you believe that God has to have the universe be ordered?
I didn't say he did.
So why is it?
Because he chose it to be that way.
Why? What part of its nature made it that way?
What does that even mean? You're
It's
asking
just the
me
same thing
to
you're
solve the
asking
problem
me.
of consciousness.
No, that's a different topic.
That's literally what you're
unless-
asking me to answer. You're asking me to answer the problem of consciousness, right? I'm saying consciousness, God has a conscious mind, right? He's
Okay.
self-aware. How consciousness works, I don't know.
In your worldview, consciousness doesn't play out over time.
We've gone full circle. So do you have an argument for atheism or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say earlier? I'm feeding my daughter right now. What I told you is that so far, the reason I don't believe in gods is because all the reasons I have been given to believe in gods.
Right, so
I
you're
think
just
are better
assuming,
explained.
okay, that's full circle again. So you're just assuming atheism is the default. Why are you the default?
No, I don't think it's the default. I think you
It is the
can't take a
default. You're
position
saying if
until-
I'm not convinced of God, therefore atheism.
I also am not convinced of pixies. I'm not trying to say that you can take a staunch position in this direction without first evaluating.
God bless. Christian, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Yeah, I can hear you. How old are you? All right, bro, let me bring you in. All right, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
All right. First off, yeah, it's my first little conversation like this. But
Okay.
can you define good? What do you mean
Can
good?
Yeah, I just say something that is, rationally sound.
Okay. Would you not say good can be for like the person's benefit or others' benefit?
You got like some crazy muffle going on. I don't know if you got like headphones on or something, but if you wouldn't mind just having a quick look at that.
Yeah, 1 second. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it's way better. So sorry, can you ask your question again?
I was saying, would good also be for and the benefit of the person and or people?
No. That's not the way I'm using the word good here.
Okay.
I gave you the definition of what I mean. Something that's logically within reason or sound, right? Consistent. So if I go ask them, why are you this thing? They should give me a reason that is something that could hold up under scrutiny.
Okay, so it's based on like kind of like integrity, you know. Say if a person wanted to be a police officer or somewhere line of duty where they're upholding other things, it would need to face up to scrutiny. That's what you're saying, correct?
No, because we know police officers are true.
How so?
Because I can see police officers.
But if not all cases can be held up to scrutiny on per, you know, officers.
You tried your best. God bless.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm tired.
How many people joined? We got a lot of people in the queue that are not connecting.
Thank you, guys.
I've clicked through like literally 15 of them. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I can hear you. How old are you? All right, bro, let me bring you in. All right, there's no good reason to be Muslim, no good reason to be atheist. Prove me wrong, win a taco. Go ahead.
I actually want to talk last week, but I don't know if you remember me. But let's do it again.
Sure.
All right. I am Muslim, so I guess
Okay.
I'll just tell you. I mean, I don't know why other people would be Muslim or atheist. That's up to them. I can't really judge for them, but for myself, I'm Muslim. So the good reason to be Muslim is, well, we only worship one God. Like, so we don't worship 3 or 4 or
Okay.
baby God.
The reason that I am Christian Trinitarian is because we believe in the Trinity.
Good for you. All right.
Good for you. You believe in one God. Now, which one of us is
thank
true?
you. Me.
Why? I'm going to say me.
Because it's logical that God would not have a kid, especially
Okay.
a little kid.
It's logical that God would have a kid, especially a little kid.
Well, then the kid should have a kid too.
The kid what?
Then the kid should also have a kid. They should have grandsons and then granddaughters and whatnot.
Okay, and it's logical that they shouldn't have a kid.
That's not logical.
Yeah, it is.
Like if I have a kid,
Does everybody have kids?
No, but I'm not going to dictate my
Okay.
kid not to have a kid.
Yeah, but so they don't necessarily have to have a
Do some
kid.
people die before they have kids?
Yeah.
So the kid doesn't have free will, I guess.
Didn't say they didn't have free will. Can you choose not to have kids?
Can you show me where Jesus says he's not going to?
I didn't say anything about Jesus. I said, can you show him? Can you choose to not have kids?
That means literally ending my progeny.
Answer the
Why would I
fucking
do
question, you idiot. Can you choose not to have kids?
Hey.
Listen, if you're going to be stupid, I'm going to treat you like you're stupid. It's a simple question that you know how to answer. Can people logically choose not to have kids?
No, logically, we would not choose not to have kids.
What?
So everybody who does not choose to have kids are just what? What's happening?
Illogical.
All of them are illogical.
Something wrong with
So it's a logical contradiction that says that people have to have kids.
Yeah, because otherwise, why the hell you are in this nature? Everybody in the nature gets kids. How would you continue? You're ending your project.
How are you going to tell me patience is a virtue when I just spent literally the last 4 hours talking to literally the scum of intelligence? Like, come on, bro. This guy is literally making an argument that people cannot logically choose not to have kids, and that's a proof for Islam.
That's my logic.
Like this guy is dumber than my cat. This guy is dumber than the grass that's outside. Prove me wrong. That's the new topic. Go ahead.
Because it's a philosophy. My philosophy. Okay.
Your philosophy, you get to choose what philosophy is? Okay, I'll choose my philosophy. I'm going to change philosophy then. I'm going to use my philosophy. We have shampoo God. Shampoo God is true. People do not have to logically have kids or not have kids. It's completely up to them. And therefore, Christianity is true. Prove me wrong.
Okay, so my philosophy is that God is one and he doesn't have kids.
Yeah, but my
And-
philosophy is that he's not one and he does have kids.
Great. So let's see whose philosophy is correct.
How do you choose? How do you? It's your philosophy and my philosophy. How do you figure out whose philosophy is correct?
Because your philosophy is logical. You're not going to.
Well, then it's not our philosophy, is it? Then there is just one type of philosophy, isn't there?
No, philosophy has to be logical. You cannot
Okay, well,
have
philosophy has to be logical. Then it's not your philosophy and my philosophy, is it? It's just philosophy.
It's philosophy, yes. Religion is
Okay.
philosophy.
Okay, well, then it's not your philosophy.
And my means, okay, Islamic philosophy is better than multiple God philosophy. Let's just call it this way.
Okay, prove it.
I just proved it to you. That the son would not. Why would Neo not have a grandson?
Because he doesn't want to.
Show me.
Or because he died before he did. But
There you go.
That's the simplest conclusion. Could
Died
I die tomorrow
before he had a
without
kid.
a kid?
How did you know that he didn't have a kid?
Oh my gosh.
How do you know he did have a kid?
Well, he was 30, so I'm sure he must have had a kid.
I'm 34. I don't have kids.
Like, I'm talking about old days. In old days, they used to have kids like at 20.
Old days. Okay, Socrates didn't have kids. He died at 70.
He's probably gay. Who knows?
You're probably gay. Who knows?
I have kids. I'm not gay.
Yeah, it's a good cover up.
For what?
Being gay.
Where are you going?
That you're gay.
I'm okay with that. Are you ever
You're
sure
okay with
that?
being gay?
After you have kids, you can be gay. Whatever. It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
isn't Islam you have to get thrown off a roof if you're gay?
No. Where does it say that?
In the Sharia law, where they're throwing people off roofs.
Where?
I don't need to show you. It's my philosophy.
No, that's not philosophy. That's just wrong information.
No, it's true information. Trust me, bro.
Show me.
I don't need to show you.
So you can just make whatever arguments against people like, oh.
Well,
these
if you
people
can
are
make whatever arguments you want up, I'll make whatever arguments I want up.
So again, you're wrong that nobody throws people off the, like, literally, seriously, come on, man. That's your
Muslims throw the gays off roofs. They go. They say, "Let this rainbow flag save you."
Muslims are one of the biggest gays, by the way. If you, I don't know if you've been to Muslim countries, you'll find the biggest gays in Muslim countries. You have to be.
Are you
careful.
saying that Islam is the gayest religion?
No, to be gay is pretty actually.
You just
pretty
said you
tough.
find the most gays in Islamic countries, so you're saying
We
Islam is
go
the gayest
both ways.
religion.
Well, we go both ways, so it's okay.
Oh, you're the
know.
biased religion
No, it's not biased.
because you're the most bi. You go both
you know
ways.
how-
You just told me you went both ways.
You can, you know how badass it is to actually do it with a man. Like, what the hell, like, come
Yeah,
on.
you're pretty tough, man. Listen, it's hard not to be tough if somebody bangs you in the butt and you look back and smile.
No,
Man, that's a tough guy. I couldn't do that.
That's a different.
I couldn't
kind
do
of
that.
gay.
You'd
We're not that
be
kind.
really tough.
No, we're
You'd be
not that
really
kind of-
tough.
no. We're not on the receiving end. We're on the giving end. So
Oh, so how does that make you tough? I think it's tougher to look back and smile. Would you not say that guy is tougher than you?
look,
Could you do it?
I would never put myself in that.
Could you do it? Could you do it though? Like if you're
Hell
if you're going up the pooper, could you look back and smile at that guy?
Hell, that's gross, man. Why would
But could you
say
do
that?
it? I mean, Muhammad did it with the Al-Zid.
Where?
It's the hadiths, right? In the hadiths, the Al-Zid, he had to draw a line while they wrote him all night long.
Show me.
What's the hadith, guys? The Al-Zid hadith. Someone tell me.
Look, you keep points and then you're not showing me anything.
I'm asking for the hadiths. I know they know where it is. Mhm.
All right.
What's the hadith? The Al-Zid hadith.
I don't think you've read it.
Well, I've definitely read it. Mm-hmm. Jamil okay, hold on. Jami at tier mid
Shami al-Tirmidhi,
2861.
Jami al-Tirmidhi. Al-Tirmidhi.
Yes, this is it. All right, let's read. Oop. That was the wrong button. From Ibn Masad, who said the messenger of Allah performed Isha, and then he turned and took a hand of Abdullah bin Masud until he went with him to the mid valley of Makak. He sat him down and he drew a line around him and said, "Do not go beyond the line, for indeed there shall come men to you, but do not speak to them, they shall not speak to you." He said, then the messenger of Allah went where he wanted to go. While he was sitting with the line, some men came to me that appeared as if they were from Azit, a dark people either from North Africa or India. See Tafat al-Hadi, or I can't say that. Both their hair and their bodies. I did not see nakedness nor coverings. They ended up before me and they did not pass the line. They returned toward the messenger of Allah. And when it was near the end of night, the messenger of Allah came to me while I was sitting and he said, "I have been awake and watching all night." And they entered into the line with me and laid down on my thigh to sleep. And the messenger of Allah, when he snored, he slept. So while I was sitting there, the messenger of Allah was sleeping with his head resting on my thigh. Then he appeared to some men wearing the white garment, and Allah knows best just as how handsome they were. They came towards me, and a group of them sat on the head of the messenger of Allah and a group at his feet. And then they said to each other, "We have not seen a slave of Allah. We have given the likes of what the prophet has been given. Indeed, his eyes sleep, but his heart remains awake. His parable is the chief who built a castle. Then he decided the table to spread it and invited the people to eat from his food and drink. So whoever answers his invitation eats from his food and drinks from his drink. Whoever does not answer, he is punished," or he said, "he is chastised." And they alighted with the messenger of Allah. I woke at the time, said, "I heard what he said. Do you not know who they are?" I said, "Allah and his messenger know better." He said, "They were angels. Do you not know the meaning of the parable they stated?" I said, "Allah messengers knows better." He said, "The meaning of Aram, most blessed, the most high, built paradise and he invited his slaves to it. Whoever replies shall enter paradise, and whoever does not reply shall be punished and chastised."
So what do you see wrong in that?
The Al-Zut, they wrote them all night.
Where? These are angels.
No, the Al-Zut.
Are you? First of all, you're reading English translation, and I'm reading Arabic of it.
Of course.
Are you reading the same? Like, what the hell, man? What did you read into this?
Well, I tell you what, just trust me, bro.
You really messed up to read something other than
just trust me, bro. Just trust me.
Trust you about what? Like,
just trust me. My logic is right.
What? Okay. So can we go to the next point?
What next point? I don't think that was the one though I was looking for. What is the one I was looking for, guys?
I don't know. You gave me I don't know what the hell. I'm reading something and you're reading, I don't know what you're reading. And it doesn't have anything to be sexual in there. But anyway. I'm pretty sad that you actually brought a point and then read a completely different text. That's pretty sad. But anyway, that's not logical, actually.
You know what's sad? The fact that you're gay.
I'm okay with that, bro. If that makes you happy.
No, not that kind of gay. The other kind of gay.
Not the receiving end. I'm gonna be on the giving end. I'm the giver, not the receiver.
I mean, it's pretty tough. Point? Hold on. I'm finding the other hadith.
Come on, man. We're done with it.
No, I don't want to be done with it.
Come on, man. You should have been prepared. Come on. If you're gonna make this, is that your main point? Then you should have been prepared. You go to the next point. We'll go to our prophet's point. Our prophet is one of the best creature ever walked the earth. The best example for human mankind.
Oh, I think this one is it. Okay. Then he returned and mentioned to Hanin as if they were locusts. They do not clothes on, and I see their private parts at all. They had very little flesh, and they came and started riding the messenger of Allah, prophet of Allah, and began reciting to them. They came to me as it seemed if they were flooding around me, interposed themselves, Abdul. This is Ahmed 3788.
What is that again?
It's a hadith. Ahmed 3788.
What website is this?
This is hadithunlocked.com.
Oh, hadithunlocked.com. Probably a Zionist website.
It's right there. Then he returned and mentioned Hazin. If they were locusts, they had no clothes on and did not see their private parts at all. They had very little flesh, and they came and started riding the messenger of Allah.
I'm done with the hadithunlocked.com. So come on, let's go.
Oh, what's wrong with this website? Is the problem it says Muhammad got ridden?
Zionist website, most likely.
How do you know it's a Zionist website? Because it says Muhammad got
Because
rid of
first I cannot see the Arabic of it. I don't know where. I can't even see the Arabic.
the
of
Arabic's
it.
right there, right next to it. Where'd it go?
No, hold on.
Right there.
You showed me the Arabic.
Right there.
Yep.
The Arabic's
I
right
can't
next
read
to it.
I can't read it. And if it's the same
There you go.
Arabic, okay,
There, now you
it's
can
the
read it.
same Arabic. All right, it's the same Arabic, but this guy chooses to bring bunch of sexual, stuff in it. That's up to him. I don't go with the translations.
The Arabic's right in front of you. Read it.
Yeah, and I'm reading it, and it doesn't say
What does it
anything
say?
what the translation says.
What does it say
what
then?
the-
Translate it for us.
Well, you have to give me the website.
It's right there in front of you. You said it doesn't say anything about that. Oh, did you just get caught lying? You
No,
just said
I'm gonna actually read it and then translate it for you.
it's Musnad Ahmad 3788.
Musnad al-Ahmad 3788?
Yeah.
All right. Musnad al-Ahmad 3788. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. I'm gonna go. I found it. Okay. Somebody narrates Abu Masud Umri said, the servant of God said, Messenger of Allah, may God be pleased with him, grant him peace upon him. And so we'll set off until he comes to such and such place. So he made a plan for me, and he said to me, be between my afternoon. Do not come out of it, for it comes out. Whoever comes out of it will become perish. Or something further, so don't cross it. As he said, then he mentioned this as if they were Zatul Afan, these are the people. Or as Afan said, if God will, they have no clothes, and I do not see them for a long time. So they came, and the Messenger of Allah said, grant him peace. Okay.
Why'd you mumble that part? Why'd you mumble the part where it says they wrote them?
And read.
Why'd you mumble the part where it says they wrote them?
No, I'm still there.
They came and saw. What does it say? What does it say? Translate it. They come and they did what?
He said, make the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, God prayers and peace be upon him. Read over them.
No, they had very little. They had little flesh. They come and started what? Because you read the part, you read up to the point where it said started, and then you mumbled. What's the word right after started?
I didn't mumble.
You did mumble. You said,
Jimmy?
and then they start. This is what you did. You said, and then they started.
Okay, you want me to go back and read it again?
Right there where it says, and you said, you read all the way up to the part, you translated to the part where they started.
All right,
and as soon as it said riding, you started mumbling. Why?
Then he mentioned, this is if they were of Zat Ulafan, he said. Or as Afan said, if God wills, they have no clothes, and I do not see them for a long time. Meaning they're poor. A little for their flesh. Meaning they had little clothes on their flesh, meaning their private part. Meaning they're really poor people. So they came to the Messenger of Allah.
No, you're adding, there's no Messenger of Allah. And then they came, what? Just read it, don't add.
And they came. So they made the Messenger of God.
You're adding things, they came in what?
So they came.
And?
So these people came. So they made
read the rest.
Yeah. So they made the Messenger of Allah.
You're excluding things, you little fibber, you little liar. Without lies, Islam dies. You're adding and excluding things. It doesn't mention the word Muhammad there. What does it say?
It doesn't say Muhammad.
Not in the part that you're reading.
It doesn't say Nabi.
You're skipping it. You said they came and Muhammad. Okay, does not say Muhammad here. What does it say? What does it say there?
It says Nabi, Messenger of Allah. That's what it says.
Oh, you little liar. You little liar. How does it
Why would I?
feel? Without lies, Islam dies. You
Why would I
little
lie?
liar.
Bro, I'm reading it right in front of you.
Bro,
Just
you
calm down.
literally, it says, and then they started, and you went, "Blah, blah, blah, blah," and now you're not even adding the started part. You're cutting out the started. You literally read the started part. What does it say right after the word started in Arabic? You read the Arabic, you translated the Arabic word to
Yeah.
started. You did that. So what does the word
Give me
right after
the line.
started?
Okay, give me
What is the
line.
word
I'm
right
going to
after
confuse.
started? When you translated the word started, what is the word right after it?
So do not. They were from Zat, or as Afan says, if God wills, they have no clothes. Basically, they're very poor.
You just
And I will
answer
not
the
see
damn
them.
question, you little fibber. You little liar. You little guy who can't, he's got his head so far up his own butt that all he could do is talk shit. What is the word after the word started?
It started where?
Where you read every part. You were translating. You were doing this. You were doing, they had very little flesh, and then they came, and then they started, then you went, blah, 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 blah,
I am
blah.
going to
And then I
read the
asked
whole
you
thing.
17,000 times just to read the part after the word
I am
started.
reading. I'm reading from the beginning again. They had no
You
clothes.
little
They were very
liar.
poor.
You little liar. You
Listen,
got caught.
I'm
Muhammad
reading it
took it
again.
up the butt. Admit it.
All right,
Admit it. Muhammad took it up the butt by Al-Zud.
I ask you to go and Google Translate it yourself and see it yourself. Okay.
I could trust Google
Stop
Translate.
reading Zion. Yeah, go and do that.
Just
Stop
read the
reading
part where,
Zionism.
what does it say?
It
What does it
says
say
they
after
had
the
no
word
clothes
started?
because they're poor. They
You're
have no clothes
not
except
reading the
for
part
on their-
after the word started. What is the part after the word started?
So they came. So
Uh-huh.
they made Muhammad sallallahu messenger of Allah. May God be pleased with him. Ride upon him.
Oh, he did it.
Him.
He did
No,
it.
they made
He
a ride
said
for.
it. He
Oh my
said
God.
it. We got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. He said it. Right upon him. Ride him, ladies. He said it. No way he did it. You caught yourself, bro. Finally, some honesty. Finally, some honesty. Muhammad got ridden by the Al-Zil, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him in 4K. Muhammad got ridden by the Al-Zil. You said it's not masculine to get ridden. You said, hey, it's fine. You got to be the one
know
giving
what?
it to. But so Muhammad's
Oh
not
my God.
masculine because he's the one who took it. He's the one who took it. Right up the pooper.
And this is what you read into it.
That's what you just read. What do you think? They put a saddle on him?
Do me a favor and just go Google Translate this thing and read it.
You translated it for me. What do I need to Google Translate? You translated it. You said they wrote him. What does that mean?
فَجَعَلُوا يَرْكَبُونَ. They were riding. And Rasulullah
They were riding. They were riding what?
They're riding something.
They were
Donkey or
riding,
something, I don't know.
and then it
Yes.
says on the messenger of Allah.
Where does it say on the messenger? of
Right
Allah?
next, because that's the part you were skipping. Because remember the part where you would skip the writing part and just went straight to the on the messenger of Allah?
فَجَعَلُوا يَرْكَبُونَ. And they were riding.
Finish the sentence.
Rasulullah is not object here, you dumbass.
Finish the sentence. They were riding what?
Then they said, Jara Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. They said salam after that. And the peace be upon him. He said, make Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam prayer and peace upon them.
What were
so
they
when
riding?
they were riding, they came in and they said salam to Muhammad. What the hell is wrong with you?
It's not wrong with me. Why aren't you reading the whole sentence? Just read the sentence.
Because you're
Read the
dumbass.
sentence as it is.
They came riding something. They had no clothes on them.
Bro,
What the hell is
bro,
wrong with you?
listen. We live in 2025, man. You're gonna be, listen, the woke,
Alhamdulillah, we
hold
live
on,
in
hold on.
2025.
Alhamdulillah. You listen, the woke community is gonna love you guys. You got a prophet that took it up the butt, man. Like everybody in the woke community is gonna love you.
You know what?
Oh my God, all the woke people are gonna
I am
join your
so
community because
happy.
you're so affirming.
I am so happy we live in 2025 and you can Google Translate this thing. You don't have to go to the Zionist Israeli website.
How is it a Zionist website?
The way it's translated, this
Prove
shit,
it.
like
Prove it was Zionist.
Hadith unlocked.
Prove it's Zionist.
Is that the set? Is Hadith unlocked, right?
Prove it's Zionist.
I'm going to show you. Hadith unlocked.
You're gonna show me.
Let's see where they did. Hadith unlocked. All right, more about these people. Hadith unlocked. Who are these people? Let's just find. You can't tell who the hell these people are. Where they're from, no information. Guaranteed translation, guaranteed. These people have no credentials, nothing, who they are. They're just translating a bunch of shit.
So
for
you have
people
no
like
evidence that it's Zionist. None. And then you just went and translated it yourself, and it literally
Zionists
said
are
that
the biggest enemies of truth. Okay, they're the liars.
Really, I never heard without lies Zionist dies. Never heard that saying before.
You don't see Zionists lie.
I never said that. I'm just saying the biggest advocates of liars usually would have like some sort
They
of
are.
like some speech that people say.
Their entire country is a lie. Their entire civilization is a lie. So all lies.
Yeah. So you guys should get along great.
Who?
Two religions of liars.
No, they are nothing to do with Islam. They're not Semitic.
Well, yeah, you're both liars.
They're from Poland and Eastern Europe.
Yeah, but you're both liars. So you guys should get along great.
No, they have less testosterone. We have a lot of testosterone.
Well, Muhammad didn't.
No, the Polish and the Eastern Europeans have the least amount of testosterone. You know that, right?
Yeah, but Muhammad must have a really low testosterone.
Yeah,
or really high, depending how you look at it.
I already debunked you on that. Okay, stop translating something.
You didn't debunk nothing.
Go copy the hadith and translate it yourself, and you will not find it.
Google Translate.
Yeah, try it.
Google Translate.
Yourself. Yeah, try it.
You literally translated it for me, an Arabic speaker. How's Google Translate going to be better than you?
And Google Translate would translate the same thing.
How is an Arabic speaker or Google Translate going to be better than a genuine Arabic speaker who literally just translated it for me?
Giving you a piece of advice. At least use your own knowledge.
Who did?
Ask ChatGPT. How about
where?
How about ChatGPT?
Long YouTube.
So Samical put it in for us, and it translates. So they came and started riding the messenger of God.
Yarkabun. Okay, Yarkabun. Show me where Rasulullah is the object of their writing.
What?
In the hadith we just read.
In the Arabic you can tell which one is the object, which one is the subject.
So why? So hold on. You're telling me what it's saying is that they showed up naked and Muhammad drew a safety line for the other guy so he wouldn't get attacked. And while they showed up naked, they were writing something else. And then it just so happened to mention Messenger and Muhammad. So then why did Muhammad come back all tired and put his head in the lap of the other guy afterwards? After it happened all night.
Just
answer the question.
Yeah, just because they're black doesn't mean that they are.
I didn't say they were black. What part did I bring up of them being black?
Yeah, they were black, by the way.
I didn't bring up the blackness. You brought it up. So why did Muhammad come back? Why did Muhammad come back and put his head in the lap? Why did Muhammad come back and put his head in his lap? Because he was so tired. What did they do all night that made him so tired?
You know what? I think I'm done with this. You can actually translate it because your perversion.
Why won't you answer the question?
Because I don't read what you read.
I just answer the question.
We put it in Google Translate, like you said.
It's the same hadith that you read before, same exact hadith.
Without lies,
and then you were like, that's not the hadith I was looking for. Oh, that's not the one I was.
Islam dies.
Well, I think you got caught.
Lies, Islam dies.
So first you bring me the hadith, then you read it, then you say, oh, that's not the hadith I was looking for. Then you go to the Zionist website.
Yeah, I accidentally read the wrong one. And you still haven't proven this is Zionist. You still haven't proven this is Zionist website.
It's the same story.
No, it wasn't the same
you
hadith.
Decided to go to Zionist
It wasn't the same hadith.
It's the same story, brother. Same
story.
It
wasn't the same hadith. Okay? It wasn't the same one. It was a different hadith. There were two different hadiths with different names and different numbers. They were different hadiths.
Okay, can we move to the next topic since you cannot Google Translate?
You translated it for me, and we did Google Translate it. Somebody did it for us.
Mm-hmm. Do it again. And then
you're gonna say something different this time?
I'm gonna put it in Google. You didn't use the right Google.
Read it. Why don't you read it? Instead of reading that Zionist.
Everybody's a liar that disagrees with you. Got it.
No, I said just Google Translate yourself.
We did.
Okay, and then read it now.
We did.
Read
That's
it
what
loud.
we read. We did.
Read loud.
He literally did.
Read it loud.
He literally
read
did.
it
You already did that.
He literally did.
No, you're reading from the website.
No.
You're running from the.
No.
Right.
He pulled up the comment.
Now you got my wife involved. You know how stupid you are when my wife gets involved?
He pulled up the comment
She doesn't get
that
involved with smart people.
That's actually true.
Like if my wife starts arguing with you, you've just shown like your
He
level of.
pulled up the comment that had the Arabic and had the Google Translate and read it out loud to you.
Comment? You're reading comments now instead of reading Google Translate?
Good Lord. You're so dumb. You want to be right so bad.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Not
All right?
this.
All right,
Not
hold
this.
on, hold on,
Google
hold on, hold on.
Watch him put it in Google Translate.
Hold on, it's there on the screen. I just Google translated. Let's read it. All right. Okay. On the authority of Abdul Abbas, the messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, sent me as his successor. He said, so we all went out, reached such and such a place. He drew a plane from me to me. But between two, do not leave. If you leave, you'll perish. He said, so I was. He said, the messenger of God, may God bless him. He granted him peace and distance. So among the way, like he said, he mentioned Hanan as if they were Al-Zut, Hafan. They had no clothing and could not see their private parts. They were long, had little flesh. He said, so they came and they began to ride the messenger of Allah. Peace and blessings be upon him.
Stop for a second. Stop. They had no clothes except on their flesh. What does that mean? They were poor.
They had no clothing and I could not see their private parts. It doesn't say but on their flesh. It just says they had no clothing.
Except they had clothing on their
He couldn't see their private parts because he was not close to them. Like it just said here.
They had no clothing except on
and
their
it was
private
dark and they were black. But the part that you're arguing about is it doesn't say he wrote Muhammad. And I just read it. Just put it in Google Translate. And it says he wrote Muhammad.
Continue.
No, I don't need to. So they began to ride the messenger of Allah. Right there, where my mouse is.
Okay, continue.
What do you mean continue?
Continue the hadith.
That's the part you wanted me to read.
All right, continue the
It
hadith.
doesn't get better.
No, continue the hadith. Apparently they're writing.
Peace and
Okay,
blessing
now
be
continue.
upon him. He said in the prophet Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, began to recite to them. He said, and he began to come to me and pretend or incline around me and intercept me. Abdullah said, so I was terrified of them with intense terror. He said, so I sat down or something like that. He said, and when the pillar of the dawn split and began to go or something like that, he said. And that's all I've translated. I didn't put the whole thing in there.
So basically, hold on. So according to your translation, they came in naked.
This is your this is what you told me to, not according to your translation, you little fibber, you little liarino, you little couldn't tell the truth if it bit you in the ass. What did you tell me to do?
According to this translation that you just read, or
According to whose translation?
Okay, this Google Translate.
Which is what? Who told me to go to Google and translate?
I will tell you. So what I
Who
heard
told
from
me
you,
to go to Google and translate?
I told you. Literally says they.
So it's your
came in,
translation.
Hardly have any
So
clothing
you
on.
translated it, and you told me to go to Google and translate
Yeah,
it.
and that's what
both
Google
of them
says.
said Muhammad got
Google
ridden.
says the same thing. They came in riding. They had
It doesn't
no
say they
clothes on
came in
except
riding.
on
It doesn't say that.
يركبون وجعلوا. They came in riding.
That's not what it says.
Okay, so why would our prophet would read on them?
Why were they terrified of them?
Because if somebody come in riding,
If all they
horses,
came
word you,
riding, Muhammad sat down, read him a little story. Why was the other guy terrified?
I don't think you've been to desert, have you? I mean,
So
if you have, like,
Muhammad, the whole night, Muhammad spent the
had-
whole night reading to them, and he got
All right, hold
so tired he went back to the other guy, put his head in his
I'm
lap,
gonna bring
and
a
the other
third-
guy was terrified. Terrified. It says here.
They
So I
they
was
saw these
terrified.
people-
Hold on, listen,
Yes.
Linda. Listen, Linda. So I was terrified of them with intense terror. Intense terror. Oh my God, he read a book to them. How scary. You know, it'd be pretty scary if they wrote him. Either through sexual intercourse or if they put a saddle on his back. Either way, that'd be scary.
So وَجَعَلَ يَرْكَبُونَ, he's saying basically, so
All right.
they came riding, these people came in riding. He's saying they were riding Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. This is how he's reading it. Like, I don't know what the hell I should say to him. وَجَعَلُ يَرْكَبُونَ.
Listen, Hold on.
I would say on the contrary that Islam is actually a Zionist religion
Since you got your
that's
wife,
opposed
let
to
me bounce
Israel
this idea
so that
from
they
my
can
wife.
make themselves the victim. Wake, Mohammedan anti-Semite Zionist.
They were black people. They had hardly
I
any
had you
clothes on.
muted because I'd asked you to wait and you didn't stop talking.
Sorry, I'm running this by my wife because this is how he's reading it. So when they saw these black people, they have hardly any clothes on except the clothes on their flesh, meaning they're on the private part.
It doesn't say that part. You're adding that in. Doesn't say that. Stop lying.
Okay, that's what I read. That's what I
Where is the
read.
Arabic one?
I'm showing you. Here you go. Here you go. So basically, Ahmad right here.
Just give it to her and let her read it out loud. Don't give her any explanations. Give it to her and have her read it out loud for all of us.
Okay, what I want you to do is I want you to read it and give me the summary of it, what you see in it, okay?
Read it out loud.
Okay, read it out loud. Read it out loud.
I'm gonna read it in Arabic.
In Arabic. Read it in Arabic and give them translation.
So the hadith start from here. استبعثني رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال فانطلقا حتى أتيت مكان كذا وكذا فخط لي خطة.
Translate.
Like he plan a plan.
No, to translate the whole line.
Our prophet, that our prophet
Came to a place.
no, استبعثني, sent me to a place and with him, so they go together and he reach a place and he planned a plan for me.
Yeah, you got to keep reading.
فقال لي
He said
كن
to me,
بين ظهري هذه لا تخرج منها. So he said, stay in this place, like between those two places. Don't go out.
Yep.
فإنك إن خرجت هلكت. So you will die if you were to go out. قال فكنت فيها. So he stayed. قال فمضى رسول الله. What is it? حذفة أو أبعد شيئا. One second. Let me sit. Can I sit? So he حذفة, I don't know what is حذفة, but
حذف, like a target.
I don't know. أو أبعد شيئا, like as if he went to a specific place or a little bit further. But
Okay.
حذفة, I don't know what is حذفة. أو كما قال ثم إنه ذكر هنيا كأنه مزط قال عفان أو كما قال عفان.
Translate.
I don't know what is زط.
Zat is a tribe name. Zat yani dark, zayt color. Dark color.
Dark color?
Dark color.
I have to look it up though.
Zayt color, like zayt.
Okay, so he like if Zat is dark color, so they were dark color. Insha'Allah laysa alayhim thiyab. So he said that they have no clothes. ولا أرى سوآتهم. I don't see their private parts. طوالا tall. قليل اللحم. They are not fat. قال فأتوا فجعلوا يركبون رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. قال وجعل نبي الله صلى الله عليه يقرأ عليهم يركبون رسول الله.
Can you translate that part?
So they were يركبون. So فجعلوا they يركبون رسول الله. I don't know what is this. Because we don't have it in Arabic, يركبون رسول الله, as English, we're riding. So I don't know how to translate
and then
this.
it says riding, and then what's the next thing? It says right after that.
But I don't know, seriously, what does it translate?
Okay, so you're right about the riding. What does it say right after it says riding?
Yeah, but in Arabic, we don't say, like when you say he is riding this person in English, this means he's having something with him.
So
sexual, right?
does it say he was riding
We
the
don't
messenger
have
of
it-
Allah?
Yeah, but we don't have it in Arabic as an idiom. No, you don't understand. We don't have it as an idiom.
This is what my
A nice laugh, by the way. It's literally like a horse laughing.
It was like a horse laughing, 100%. You're
Yeah.
not wrong. Oh my God.
No, but we don't have a so if I wrote someone, it doesn't mean like what you say in English. This is what you don't understand. We don't have it at all in
So then
Arabic
what does it mean?
as English.
So now I'm getting two different arguments
what
because
I
your
don't
your
under- I
husband
don't
your
know, to be
husband
honest.
originally argued that that's not what it translated it to, except he translated it that way, and then I translated in Google that way, and then you just translated it that way, and now you guys' argument is it's an idiom. Which one is it?
It's not an idiom.
It's not an idiom. This is what you don't understand. You are translating as writing as something sexual.
translating
They're writing
it-
something.
What-
You don't know
what
what
So
they're
they
does it
threw a
mean?
saddle on him. They threw a saddle
What
on
does
him,
it
went out
mean?
for a ride.
Let me check it out.
Muhammad was the original Uber, ladies and gentlemen.
One
Yeah,
second.
let's go.
I'm gonna check. No, I'm gonna check the meaning of it. To be honest, 1 second. I'm gonna because it doesn't make sense what it's saying. Because after it, he was reading on them something. So he was reading something to them, and how it's like what you're saying. If he's reading something.
That's what I told them. Like they came writing, and then I started reading something on them.
1 second. Why this is not working? One second. Where's my phone?
Give me 1 second.
Is this how Muhammad split the moon?
Never stood them.
Let's not change the topic. Let's stay here.
Am I the only one who gets the joke?
Yeah, so the rakaba yarkabun in the old dictionary means together.
So they gathered around Prophet
Together around him. And our prophet was reading this on them. And I can show it to you.
Okay.
Show it to him.
All right, guys.
Sure.
I'm debunked.
No,
Prove
you're
me
not
wrong.
gonna-
I'm gonna jump
you're
on.
not
I
gonna-
gotta call it a day.
No. You're not gonna run away. So we're gonna show you.
I am.
what
Watch.
you're-
He didn't even run. He
Watch.
just said,
Watch. No. I'm gonna
Okay.
run. See ya. I run away.
You just said.
All right. Well, it literally is. We let that conversation go on way too long. But bro came in completely dishonest, and I just was not having it. Was not having it. Not doing it anymore. Not doing it anymore. All right, that's it. That's all we're doing today. Let's get through the super chats. We're gonna call it a day. I got work to. Oh, we got a lot. I missed you guys. Gabriel came in. This one I was begging for money. He gave me $2. Said fine, thank you, sir. How did Muhammad know how to count? It's a miracle. I know, amazing. How would he know how many joints they had? Jimmy Space came in $6.99. It says there's no fish in the ocean. It's just the way it is. I scooped a cup of water from the Pacific. Literally zero fish in the cup. That's pretty good. Jimmy also came in with $6.99. Says, why does water boil? The H2 molecules movements is increased, though thermodynamics transfers of energy. The real reason, I wanted a cup of coffee. Michael Evans came in with $2. Says, I mean, Muhammad did have his Al-Zid phase. I know, we just went through it. King on my throne. I was Christian. You kicked me off once I tried to get definitions of good. I was making a point and you gave me no chance to defend my claim. You must have been making a stupid point if that's the reason you got kicked.
He was just really.
Broke back Muslim. What were you gonna say, Abby?
He was just really stuck on the definitions.
I guess so.
We didn't have time for that.
Sean Bestedy came in $2. Says it wasn't. They actually rode him like a pony. Jimmy Space came in with $6.99. John, congrats on your very own Obama moment, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. Jesse R came in with $4.99. Says I think this is the same guy that debated Aisha has never married to a 6-year-old with fearless truth. I did not know that. Kai Burr came in with $20. I would say, on the contrary, that Islam is actually a Zionist religion that opposed to Israel, so that you can make you're themselves the victim. Wake, Muhammadian anti-Semite Zionist. Pates Bruce came in $2.99. It translates to camel pee. It's great, bro. With the camel pee all the time. With the camel pee. Can't do these. Not this week. Next week I'll be better behaving. Give me some grace for this week. Although I was pretty good. I was pretty good for the vast majority of conversations today. Vast majority of conversation. He was in Nick's live. It doesn't shock me. Who's live right now? Who can we raid? Who's live right now? Who's live? That was hilarious. Thank you. I mean, that splitting the moon joke was hilarious. I don't care what y'all say. That was hilarious. We figured out how Muhammad split the moon. Ian? Well, I mean, who's live on our side? Ian's against us. Ian's against us. Mormon Mondays and Fridays? I got off on that, didn't I? I did. It was great. What? What are you looking at? Don't make me put you back in the kitchen where you belong.
I'd rather be in the kitchen than in here right now.
Can't wait to check the clip page. Yeah, he's gonna have ammo for tonight. He's gonna have ammo tonight. How many men were walking on the moon? You're gonna call me back on that? I'm wrong about some things. Christian Prince is currently live. We could raid Christian Prince. Could do that. John, you got upset for Jordan Peterson for making semantics when I like you guys in the debate. Try to understand definitions. I'm an idiot. How's that fair? I don't know. Life's not fair. Huh?
I don't think you called him an idiot. I think you said you were making it down.
I don't know. Life's not fair. I don't know. Some of us are smart. Some of us are stupid. It's just the reality of the world. It's not fair. Abby, smack him.
So far away. I don't want to hit your headphones. That would hurt.
She's gonna do the 434 me. She's gonna correct me first, and then she's gonna withhold sex, and then she's gonna smack me. Your reputation precedes you. Nobody knows who you are, bro. I don't know who you are. Does anybody know who he is? I'm an Army veteran and cop. Yep, I'm stupid. The minimum requirements to get in the Army for intelligence is an 80 IQ. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, you are good in everything you do. Thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings. Thank you for all that you provided. You give us grace when we don't deserve it, and you walk with us when we don't deserve it. For everything you do is enough. Everything that you provided is enough. We need no more. The simple fact that you give us breath and the simple fact that you allow us our freedoms is more grace than anybody could ever ask for. And everything you've done is for the love of us. Lord, help us recognize that everything that happens to us is for our sake and not against us. Help us trust in you and lean into you. And everything that you desire for us, help us not have anxiety for tomorrow and trust that you will provide at the end of the day. That you're working every day to sanctify us and make us better people. You are great in everything you do. Give us grace and forgive us of our sins. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. You brought me joy as a Christian and let me down. Life's full of disappointments, bro. Don't meet your heroes. Let's just say that. You ever hear that saying, don't meet your heroes? You might not like them. There's a certain amount of people I will never meet because if they turned out to be people I want to like, it would just break my heart. What?
Just nothing.
What?
Just paid spurs. It's just constant.
Obsessed. Obsessed. How can we have a rational conversation like that? Like what?
It's not that deep.
It's not that deep. I don't even remember. I don't even know what your problem is. I don't even remember our conversation, to be honest. I bet that couple is recording a video rebuttal right now. Probably. I thought that was so funny how she read it and she would not translate it. And she's just sitting there and shitting there. And what's it say? That it was says that he rid him, but that's not what it means. Should have Jay and Doc on sometime. I don't think other Christians want to go live with me, to be honest. I've reached out to a few people. I generally get left on red. I think I'm doing this solo, guys. Maybe I'll try, but we'll see. We'll see. I got a few people in my circle, and that's all you need. All you need. The guy said he'd rather be the pitcher, not the catcher. That was crazy work. That was crazy work. That was crazy work, bro. Oh, man.
Daniel asks, can we do a meetup, John?
You guys don't want to meet me. I promise you're not going to like me. Promise you. Fair, but I hope you treat people better than me. Bro, I don't... What happened? What happened? You said something I didn't like and I moved on to the next conversation? Is that what you're upset about? Grow a pair, right? You know how many times I've been kicked out of lives? It's part of life. It's part of the game. It's part of the process. It's a show. I'm sorry your feelings were hurt. Get over it. I keep dropping stuff.
Mormon Mondays and Fridays seems like a lot. So I don't know if I can convince him to do that, but maybe one of them.
Maybe. All right, guys, we're going to hang out on YouTube for about 5-10 more minutes. If you guys want to support me, you can support me on Patreon. Links down below. We offer a couple packages. We're doing Bible studies, so come join over there. But for everybody watching on TikTok, we'll be on YouTube for 5-10 more minutes. So God bless. See you whenever we see you. What's a manlet? What? John's just afraid we'll find out that John's a manlet. What's a manlet? Manlet.
But we would do a meetup eventually if it was feasible.
A short man.
And a local area for like a central area for you guys.
Yeah, you stand up.
The schedule for Bible studies is every day. He posts generally in our evening.
Yeah.
I'm not that short, so this is not helping the case.
Like, I'm still taller than you. How tall are you?
5'10".
I'm just a manlet. Short man. Can't even get my head in frame. Can't even get my head in frame.
Somebody became a Templar.
Hey, that's what's up. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, bro.
Do you think you'll ever get into different other popular debate topics?
Hopefully. Yeah, that's the goal. I'm kind of getting bored of these same circular arguments over and over and over again. I'm thinking about diving into politics, but it's so much to study. And yeah, so I'm not sure if I dive into that. My ultimate goal, though, is I want to start making more content and do that instead of all debates all the time. That's the ultimate goal. Abby is like 4'8". I can't imagine how we survived without Abby. Same.
Yeah, a lot more cranky, John. You had extra spice, John.
Damn, bro's actually kind of tall. I'm 6'1", bro. I'm not that tall. I used to be 6'2", and I shrunk. That made me really sad when I found out I was 6'1". Next up and coming Andrew Wilson. I don't want to be Andrew Wilson. I want to be
a jerk.
I want to be John Steele. I want to be the next John Steele. I've talked to Raging Tomato. We had something set up, but it didn't pan out. We'll probably be in Connect soon. I feel kind of bad because I set something up and then I had to back out of it. And that wasn't fair to her because I made her do so much work. And so I want to make sure I'm certain before I reach back out to Raging Tomato again. It's soda or pop? It's pop. Do a meetup in Texas? I'm not famous enough to do a meetup. Like if I do a meetup in Texas, I guarantee you 2 people will be there. It'll be you and some other guy that you brought. Can't even open a pickle jar. Okay. Silliest argument in the world. Bro got caught looking silly. Like what made him look bad isn't the fact that he couldn't open the pickle jar. It's the fact that he kept going and going and going and going and trying to prove a point. He should have just let it go and it would have been fine. But every single one of us on planet Earth has been in a situation where we couldn't open a pickle jar. I've been there where I couldn't open a pickle jar. You've been there where you couldn't open a pickle jar or some sort of jar. You've been there. We've all been there. It's an olive jar. But yeah, it's the silliest argument in the world. It's like, I've listened to him go live and people call him out. Well, at least I can open a pickle jar or an olive jar or whatever it is. And it's like literally everybody on earth has been in a situation where we couldn't open a jar. It is funny when he corrects people. Yeah, it was the attitude about it. That was a bad look. If he didn't double down on it, it would have been fine. But he was like, "Oh yeah, fair, you got me." Then he would have been good. Then he would have been good. All right, guys, I love you all. We'll see you all next time. Again, please give me grace for this week. One day, in the future, we'll explain what's going on, but not today. So God bless. Have yourself a great day.